evening, everybody. For many stations along the ABC network around the country, this is World News Tonight. The search continues. There is not as much hope as there was yesterday for many of the victims in the Twin Trade Towers, but the search continues. For victims' families, they continue to wait.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Well, we've had smoother beginnings, but our intentions are good. This is the time when we normally present World News Tonight for half an hour to stations around the country, and then at other times to other stations around the country. World News Tonight will continue until we get a complete review of the day's events. It is the midway point for many people in the country of the National Day of Remembrance and Prayer for those who died and for their families all around the country. There has been a, may I say, a magnificent national service at the Washington National Cathedral, and we will get to that in a minute. President Bush officially declared a national emergency and visited New York City today, where rescue efforts continue in the ruins of the World Trade Center. The President has authorized the call-up of 35,000 military reservists. The Congress has approved the President's request for $40 billion in emergency funds, and the Senate gave the President its consent to use force against those responsible for the attacks if they can be found. In Afghanistan, the supreme leader of the Taliban urged his people to face boldly an American retaliation which the people of Afghanistan fear. And two senators from Pennsylvania say that the hijacked United Airlines Flight 93, which crashed near Pittsburgh, was heading in the general direction of Washington and perhaps for the U.S. Capitol. And of course, the memorial services, as I said, in Washington and all over the country. While our focus has been clearly on New York and the Pentagon and Pennsylvania, we are aware and will cover in this hour many of those vigils and many of those memorial services which occurred in many other parts of the country. But we're going to begin with the President's visit to the devastation in Lower Manhattan. And here's our senior White House correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry?
Well, Peter, the President was especially anxious to come to New York, especially after his visit to the Pentagon yesterday. He told aides after that he could feel the impact that he, as President, had on morale there. And so his trip to New York City, like so much else this week, was extraordinary and extraordinarily moving. Air Force One headed skyward once again for the first time since Tuesday from Andrews Air Force Base, headed north. Combat fighters escorted the President's jet, a sign of just how uncertain the skies remain for the Commander-in-Chief. At an undisclosed military base in the New York area, the President got hugs from Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, the three men who have not always been in concert politically, now sharing a bond as the leaders on the front lines. Then a helicopter ride to Manhattan, again fighter jets flying nearby as the terribly altered skyline rose before them. At a landing zone near Wall Street, the President hopped into an SUV, no limousine for this trip, and the motorcade wound its slow way through the silent streets of the city. The destination? An intersection near Ground Zero, where two fire trucks were flattened by the collapsing tower, killing members of their crews. There, Mr. Bush greeted hundreds of tired but exhilarated firefighters, rescue teams, and other emergency personnel, and tried to tell them of the debt the nation owes them.
I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock We'll hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love and compassion.
God bless America!
To everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
The president and the rescue workers seem to draw strength from each other. And the moment captured the spirit seen so often across the country. Rally round the flag, boys, as the old Civil War song goes. That seemed to be the message of the president's trip to New York and of his whole day. And so much of his duties today are the public focus of the nation's patriotism and loyalty. He has a tremendous burden, obviously, on him, and his aides say that moments like that he truly draws strength from. One more note, Peter, and we'll see this tape in a minute. Before he left for back to the Washington area, the president was asked, "Are we any closer to knowing who did this?" And he said, I know we have a suspect. There was a clarification later that there may be more than one suspect. The president clearly confident that the nation will get to the bottom of this.
Thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House, who we've had a chance to talk to on many occasions today. We're not precisely sure where the president is, but he will be on his way back to Washington if he is not already. So much of this points to the importance of the president and the presidency at a time like this. We have been conducting polls of public opinion by way of trying to measure the general overall feeling in the country. And an ABC News Washington poll now finds, this is one we conducted last night, that the president's overall approval rating has surged since the attack. It is 86%, up 31 points in a week, and it is even higher, a couple of points higher, for his handling of this immediate crisis. And only two presidents have had higher ratings since World War II, Harry Truman, immediately after World War II ended, and George Bush the elder, shortly after the Gulf War. ABC's George Stephanopoulos, who has been here and on the streets of New York and who is one of our principal political analysts, I suspect is not at all surprised by this.
No, it's not only rally around the flag, it's rally around the flag in the person of the president, who is both head of state and head of government. And I think the president is going to need this popularity and this support right now. And I think in his remarks today, he showed that he knows that. When he was speaking earlier at the at the memorial service this morning, he talked about the fact that America now has a responsibility to answer these attacks. And it seemed as if he was summoning the spirit of the country to address what he has called a war that he knows that has already required sacrifice and he knows will require more.
Do you mean when you say that he needs support because it's going to be a long struggle and the president has to keep the country focused on it?
He needs to keep the country focused on the struggle, and he said, and his aides have said, that they know this is not going to be an easy fix. This is not going to be a quick fix. It's going to require sacrifice from our people and from other countries.
Many thanks, George Stephanopoulos, our political analyst who's been a street reporter in New York City all this week. It was, of course, a day for many, many remembrance services around the country, but the principal focus, as we said, was in Washington, D.C., where many of the country's leaders, the political and military establishment, came today at the National Cathedral in Washington, this Episcopal cathedral, which is on many occasions very, very ecumenical. Here's ABC's Bill Blakemore.
It was an act of national unity. There were 4 presidents, 2 from each party, Ford and Carter, Bush and Clinton, to back up the president. Habitual opponents in Senate and House, all the branches of government and divisions of power, sang together, prayed together. The different races of America. Nathan Baxter is the dean of the National Cathedral.
We are today a people of heavy and distraught hearts. The evil hand of hate and cowardly aggression, which has devastated the innocent in many other lands, has visited America this week. Save us from blind vengeance, from random prejudice, and from crippling fear.
There was unity among religions, the Muslim.
If any do seek for glory and power, to God belong all glory and power. To him mount up all words of purity. He exalts all righteous deeds, but those that lay the plots of evil, for them is a penalty terrible, and the plotting of such shall not abide. Goodness and evil are not equal. Repel the evil with the good.
And the Jew.
We as Americans reaffirm our faith and our hope that security and peace will be fully restored in our country.
The Catholic, Cardinal McCarrick of Washington, who never even mentioned that a cousin to whom he is close, a firefighter, is still missing in the wreckage of the trade towers.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth.
The nation's great Protestant preacher, Billy Graham, 82, struggling with Parkinson's, strong as ever, gave the sermon, bridging the differences.
A tragedy like this could have torn our country apart, but instead it has united us and we've become a family. So those perpetrators who took this on to tear us apart, it has worked the other way. It's backlash. It's backfired. We are more united than ever before.
On behalf of the nation, he asked the question so many this week found themselves asking.
Why does God allow evil like this to take place? I've been asked hundreds of times in my life why God allows tragedy and suffering. I have to confess that I really do not know the answer, totally, even to my own satisfaction.
At his age, said Graham, he clings to hope now more than ever. President Bush, just 8 months in office, set about the work of pulling a nation together.
We are here in the middle hour of our grief. So many have suffered so great a loss, and today we express our nation's sorrow. This nation is peaceful, but fierce when stirred to anger. This conflict was begun on the timing and terms of others. It will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing.
America, the beautiful. And across America today, the prayers were reflected back in Atlanta, in a Boston church, at O'Hare Airport in Chicago, in Salt Lake City, Orange County, California. They gathered outdoors in Cincinnati. They gathered outdoors in Oklahoma City, where they already understand terror too well. Back in Washington, the service ended with the Battle Hymn of the Republic, the Battle Hymn. Both president and preacher in the cathedral today said their prayers were also a prelude to justice. Bill Blakemore, ABC News.
The old Civil War song that rallied the Union troops in the Civil War, now being used today to help rally a nation. The investigation into these criminal acts has been as intense today, perhaps more intense even than it was yesterday. There have been some developments. We'll have 2 reports in World News tonight. The first is from ABC's Brian Ross. Brian?
Peter, the FBI said today it now counted 19 hijackers in total. At least 7 of them were trained as pilots. Some had been living in this country legally for years, while others had only recently arrived. The most revealing details involve those on board American Flight 11, the first to crash into the World Trade Center. According to the FBI, 2 of the hijackers were up front in seats 2A and 2B, just steps from the cockpit. Both men were trained pilots. One of them identified as Wael Ashiri, who federal authorities consider part of the Osama bin Laden terror organization.
Shiri himself came from Saudi Arabia just 2 weeks ago, and he left behind with his family a suicide note. He had been trained in Afghanistan at a particular camp in hand-to-hand combat training, which is kind of interesting given the assignment he had, which was to board one of these planes, hijack it, and control the passengers in the cabin while others broke into the pilot's cabin.
Several rows back on Flight 11, 2 more terrorist pilots. Mohammed Atta in 8D, who trained as a pilot in Florida and was on a U.S. watch list because of suspected terrorist connections. Next to him, another Florida-trained pilot, Abdulaziz Alamari.
The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this.
On United Flight 175, the second to hit, the 5 terrorists included yet another Florida-trained pilot, Marwan al-Shihi. With him were 4 others, all of whom were believed to have lived in Delray Beach, Florida, prior to Tuesday's suicide mission.
This was a terrorist spectacular. I mean, basically you had 19 people who committed suicide.
The plane that crashed into the Pentagon, American Flight 77, also had 5 terrorists aboard, coming from both San Diego and the New York-New Jersey area. And the jet that crashed in Pennsylvania, United 93, was commandeered by 4 hijackers, who also had addresses in Delray Beach, Florida, but were in fact, like most of the others, citizens of Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
These are the people that bin Laden depends on mostly, the Egyptians and the Saudis, and they comprise the majority of the inner core. Surely he expects some kind of retaliation, and I think that explains why today his followers have left the camps. The camps in Afghanistan are totally empty, and bin Laden himself has seemed to gone to ground.
Today, Attorney General Ashcroft said that law enforcement agencies across the country have been given a list of 100 people who are wanted for questioning, 100 people who will be detained if stopped. Peter?
Thanks, Brian Ross, very much. As I said, we'll have one other report on the investigation a little later in the broadcast, but there's that one soundbite in there that gives it a slight dimension that we hadn't thought of as much because we're so focused on the victim. This was a terrorist spectacular. 19 people also committed suicide in this, the terrorists, speaking to the intensity of their hatred for the United States. In the financial district here in New York today, the rescue effort hopefully slogged on. 184 people are now confirmed dead. More than 4,000 have been treated at local area hospitals, and more than 4,700 people are now officially listed as missing, following the collapse, of course, of the World Trade Center towers. And it rained. Here's ABC's Dan Harris. Dan?
Peter, it's safe, I think, to characterize this day as both difficult and disappointing. It has been days since they've found any survivors from Tuesday's attacks. Every once in a while, they stop their work and just listen for any signs of life, any yelling, any tapping. Lately, all they're hearing is silence. This day began with rain and high winds, yet another impediment for the thousands of rescue workers, many of them exhausted.
Obviously, everyone is concerned about the impact of the weather on the relief and recovery efforts, and there's no question that they're hampered by it.
There is pervasive optimism here, but there are moments when it is sorely tested.
Bringing 3 brothers out in body bags, 3 brother firemen. They're down there, and all you do is hope, but try the best you can.
There is not much hope at this local hospital, where after seeing an initial influx of patients on Tuesday, they have seen no one else.
We waited, and we continued to wait. And then the realization finally came as the hours went by that there were no patients. There were only fatalities.
Nevertheless, volunteers continue to stream into the site. Firefighters, policemen and women, steel workers, carpenters, construction workers, doctors, and just plain citizens like this Harvard grad student.
I'm a New Yorker. I was born and raised here, and you know, I'm also a former Marine, so I have a strong sense of duty, and you know, this is my hometown.
And they're getting an enormous amount of support. The city's top chefs, for example, are cooking around the clock.
We've been making seafood couscous and rack of lamb and filet mignon and lobsters. It's not just everyday food. It's definitely giving them a good meal.
Other sources of support include Buffalo, New York, where school children are being urged by their teachers to send fresh socks to the relief workers. Also, the correctional facility in Oneida, New York, where inmates have been working on a round-the-clock food assembly line, churning out 1,000-bag lunches an hour, Peter. And one other piece of reasonably good news, the sun came out midday, making what is a decidedly unpleasant job, hopefully somewhat more bearable. Peter?
Thanks very much, Dan Harris. But the truth of the matter at Ground Zero is it is only fatalities, and there is less hope than yesterday. And for all of the people who have showed up to volunteer, the city officials are deeply concerned about the phonies who have showed up as well, making their lives even more difficult. On occasion, people have showed up dressed as doctors, stethoscope and all, simply to gain access to the area, and it has made it very difficult for the relief and recovery effort. There is no way to describe in a complete sense how difficult it has been for those who are waiting and searching, but ABC's John McKenzie tries.
The Armory, about 2 miles north of the disaster area, what has become a kind of information central. Today, friends and family members continue to arrive, desperately seeking information about missing loved ones. The missing victims, such as Jean Marie Wallendorf, 22-year-old Paul Ortiz, 29-year-old Jamal DeSantis, or Jennifer Howley, 5 months pregnant.
We do have a lot of hope, and we're hanging in there. And Johnny, if you're out there, just hang in there.
Inside the Armory, volunteers update the all-important lists.
One list, part of it has if they're alive and what hospital they're in. The other part of the list has if they've known that they're alive but they don't know where they are. And then they have a list called unknown.
Michael Wolfenson is looking for any information about a missing neighbor, 46-year-old Louis Inglaterra, who was working above the 90th floor of the World Trade Center. To help Inglaterra's family, Wolfenson is doing the legwork. First, that requires going through the registration process. For each missing person, there's a detailed 7-page questionnaire, the person's blood type, shoe size, the length of fingernails, specifics about each piece of clothing and jewelry worn on that day. Each and every detail now so critical as rescue workers find so many body parts.
And they said, all we have is this arm, so that was, it wasn't him.
After Wolfenson completed all the paperwork, his friend, Louis Inglaterra, was added to the city's list of missing persons.
This is at the point where Louis becomes a number, and that was kind of really tough to handle because now he's a number.
Once a missing person is formally registered here, the next step is for friends and family members to wait. But many keep coming back, adding more information to the files and checking the lists. Today, Brian Zaslow and his wife brought in his father's hairbrush and toothbrush to provide DNA samples. His father is 55-year-old Ira Zaslow. When the World Trade Center collapsed on Tuesday, his father was at his desk on the 38th floor. He was one of 618 employees there working for the Lehman Brothers investment firm. All his colleagues in the building, all 617 of them, made it out alive. But no one has heard from Ira Zaslow.
Warm, loving, caring, helpful, and that's my biggest fear, is that he stayed to help.
But none of Zaslow's colleagues recall seeing him leaving the building.
Nobody in my family is mourning somebody. We're looking for him. He's alive in our minds, and we're going to find him.
John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
And now we turn to the state of aviation in the country. In some ways, it is somewhat better than expected, given all the news we had yesterday and some of the glitches in the system yesterday. About half, one could say only half, of the scheduled flights in the country managed to go anywhere today, but in some respects that was an improvement. And also the Federal Aviation and other authorities have been in Pennsylvania today, in rural Pennsylvania today, where the United Airlines flight crashed into the ground. ABC's Lisa Stark, who's been covering the aviation dimension for us, starts with that. Lisa, we talked to Senator Santorum of Pennsylvania earlier today, who was one of those who had partial access in his case to the transcripts of the cell phone calls made from the plane. Can you pick it up there?
Well, what we understand is the Pennsylvania senators talked to investigators, as you said, had some access to actual transcripts, we believe, of those cell phone conversations. And they say they believe more strongly than ever that passengers did try to rush the hijackers, and that perhaps that is what brought that plane down. And the senators also say they believe that the plane, which we know was heading toward Washington, D.C., they believe that the intended target may very well have been the Capitol. Now, Peter, we're still waiting for the cockpit voice recorder from that particular location. They have not recovered it yet, and that may answer that mystery once and for all. But they did recover the cockpit voice recorder from the plane that went into the Pentagon. And we do understand from our government sources that apparently the recorder, the tape in the recorder, was too badly damaged. They will not be able to glean any information from it. That is the indication as of now, unfortunately, from the cockpit voice recorder from the Pentagon site. Now, as all this investigative work was going on, the airlines were very busy as well. As you mentioned, they are trying to get the system back up and running. There was still some confusion today. Midway Airport in Chicago, for example, was closed for a time. We now understand it has reopened. But for some passengers and for some airplanes, they were finally able to get on their way today. The nation's airports were much more crowded today than yesterday, but not nearly as chaotic. Travelers who had not been able to get to their destinations during the last 4 days hoped to finally get into the air. Waits were long, security extremely tight.
They took anything that was pointed, anything.
Despite the added security today, there was less anger and frustration than you usually find at an airport. Passengers were patient, understanding.
I'd rather be safe and, have the security. Very minor inconvenience.
I feel safe flying. I just don't think it's the quickest way right at this moment.
At Chicago's O'Hare Airport, one person described the mood as quiet, somber. There, passengers watched the National Cathedral Memorial Service on an airport monitor. Others took part in their own remembrance. And at Los Angeles International, a moment of silence at the American Airlines terminal. Only 2 of the nation's major airports remain closed, Reagan National at Washington and Boston's Logan Airport. New York area airports were finally open again, but very few flights were operating.
We expect that there will be delays and there will be many canceled flights.
Airlines today plan to operate anywhere from half of their regular flights to about 20% of their schedule. Most will add flights each day, but no one could predict when they would be back to a full schedule. And there's no guarantee once open, an airport will stay that way. Chicago's Midway Airport was evacuated and shut down this afternoon, 2 people detained. It was unthinkable just days ago that many U.S. airports would look like armed camps. So other once unthinkable ideas are also being discussed. Airline pilots across the country are frustrated and want more ability to deal with potential hijackers. Some want to be able to carry guns in the cockpit.
We need to have armed airline pilots in a cockpit with an impregnable door if we're going to face a threat, like we obviously had on Tuesday. And that is a profound change.
This is an extremely controversial idea.
A gun, quite often on board an aircraft, unless held by a licensed professional, is an invitation to disaster.
Now, it would take an act of Congress, actually, to allow firearms in the cockpit. And John Nance stresses, to us anyway, that these guns, if they were even in the cockpit, would only be used in the event a hijacker rushes the cockpit. We also have obtained some security guidelines that the Airline Pilots Association, the largest pilots union, has put out to its members. 2 I'd like to mention. One is to review emergency procedures for hijacking before every accident and to wield the cockpit axe if need be. Peter?
Many thanks, Lisa Stark, on the state of aviation. Just one other note about that aircraft that may have been heading for Washington. We talked to Senator Santorum of Pennsylvania a while ago. He said it was only his gut instinct that he was headed for the Capitol. That's the end of part 1. For World News Tonight, Other stations will be joining us in just a moment. We'll continue. A national day of prayer and remembrance for the thousands of people who suffered most in Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
The spirit of this nation will not be defeated by their twisted and diabolical schemes.
President Bush says it is the country's responsibility to fight back.
This conflict was begun on the timing and terms of others. It will end in a way and at an hour of our choosing.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. This may be a bit confusing to some of you who are with us on a regular basis, but stations up and down the ABC News and Television Network join us at different times every day for editions of World News Tonight, and so we restart every half hour in order to comport with their particular program schedules, even though we know that we're being seen in many parts of the country on a continuing basis. You now know that this has been a national day of remembrance and mourning in the United States for those people who lost their lives in the attack against the United States, and of course for their families who continue not only to grieve, but as one man said not too long ago, continue to refuse to acknowledge that a father has been lost because they continue to look. But there are now officially a very, very large, almost 5,000 people who are recorded as missing, and many of those in the rubble of the trade towers in New York are simply presumed at this point to be dead. Not all hope has been eliminated by any means, because we know from previous experience in natural disasters that people do survive under the rubble. But there is not as much hope as there was yesterday. As this special edition of World News Tonight continues, we're going to turn straight away to ABC's John Miller, who has been our principal reporter on the investigation today into those who perpetrated these acts of terror and those who may have supported them. John.
Well, the investigation obviously continued today with the Justice Department expanding the list of people they were looking for. Yesterday, it was 52 people they were interested in talking to. Today, 100 names on a watch list that have been distributed to 18,000 police departments, the U.S. Customs Service, the Border Patrol, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and the airlines, which means they are supposed to reconcile this list of 100 names against passenger manifests, and if they see a match, they're supposed to notify the FBI. Now, to accommodate that, the FBI has assigned teams of FBI agents to airports across the country so that they'll be right there to respond to these things if they come up. In other developments today, some of those who were detained last night at New York airport suspected of plotting a hijacking were released today. One man remains being held while police further investigate him. And in New York City today, police are detaining 2 more people that were called in as suspicious by a Manhattan hotel, both Saudi Arabians, both of whom had pilots' uniforms and certificates from a Florida flying school. They're still being investigated. Those are the developments at this hour.
John, let me just ask you to amplify on one thing in what somebody called a terrorist spectacular, a mass suicide by the terrorists. At least 2 of these individuals are identified to have had flying instruction at the United States at a much higher level than we imagined yesterday.
It was 2 of the dead hijackers from Tuesday's attack were identified as former Saudi Air Force pilots who were part of an exchange program with the U.S. Air Force where they attended the U.S. Air War College run by the Air Force. One of them studied tactics, the other studied language skills, and then went back to Saudi Arabia.
Many thanks. John Miller, who continues to cover the investigation for us. On Capitol Hill today, the Senate voted to give the president the powers he needs and he wants so he can use force against the people responsible for this attack on the United States if they can be identified. We're joined on Capitol Hill tonight, again, by ABC's Linda Douglas. Linda, bring us up to date on that.
The Senate has indeed voted for this resolution. The House is at this hour debating the joint resolution that does authorize the President of the United States to use force in connection with this incident. It was very carefully worded. It took them quite some time to agree on language that restricts his power to use force to react to specifically this incident, not an open-ended carte blanche to react to all future terrorism. So what he has is the power to engage in whatever force he feels is necessary, which they acknowledge is his power in any event under the Constitution. It also requires him, though, Peter, to comply with the War Powers Act, and that was designed to tie the hands of the president somewhat. Under that law, the president must report back periodically to Congress, bring them up to date, and at some point along the road, if they think it's gone on too long, seek their authorization to go forward further. Liberals in the House think that that still isn't enough, and right now they are on the House floor objecting.
Well, I was going to ask you that. This is less power than the White House had sought, and what is the status of this resolution in the House of Representatives?
It will pass overwhelmingly. It is liberals, and it is a small group of liberals in the House who complain that this doesn't do enough to tie the president's hands, that presidents routinely ignore the restrictions of the War Powers Act, so they want to make a separate law that requires him in this case to go back to them. But they will be essentially shouted down by the majority of Democrats and Republicans.
Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill, thanks very much. As we said at the beginning of the broadcast, or at the beginning of one of these editions of the broadcast, the president also signed an authorization today which enables the U.S. military to call up reservists. And so we go to the Pentagon at ABC's John McCarthy. John.
Peter, his first step was declaring a national emergency. That did clear the way for a first big step in building up forces for what this president is now calling a war. The order to call up 35,000 reserves makes it the largest use of the National Guard and reserve forces since the Persian Gulf War. And officials say it is only the beginning of what is expected in the months ahead to be a much larger call-up.
You can't really conduct a sustained military operation without the active involvement of the National Guard and the reserves. It's just as simple as that.
The immediate need is for security here in the U.S. to bolster what the active force is already doing. 26 bases across the country will put combat aircraft on what is called strip alert. They must be in the air within 15 minutes in case there are more hijackings. Airborne early warning planes will supplement the FAA's air traffic control system. As many as 130 reserve aircraft will be added to the active force. The new demand for the military to closely monitor America's airspace will require more pilots, more military air traffic controllers, more mechanics to keep aging planes in the air. The Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard will also be calling reserves to bolster security in New York, on the streets and in the port, to provide medical help and to assist with the grim chore of identifying bodies. Many reservists have already volunteered, like F-15 pilot Dale Bennett, who flies for an airline in his civilian job.
We're having to do what we're doing, but this is what our job is, and this is what we're paid to do.
We've had people who are knocking on the doors seeking to help. They want to serve. They want to be a part of this.
But for thousands of others, there will be an official call-up. Notices to units across the country are expected to go out in the next few days. But officials say once this administration has figured out what its offensive strategy is going to be for striking back at terrorists, the number of the reservists called up could well be 100,000 or more. Peter?
Thanks very much, John McCarthy at the Pentagon. Some of these reservists may end up joining, among other units, the 147th Fighter Wing of the Texas Air National Guard. ABC's Mike Von Fremd has been with them today, and I gather, Mike, that for reservists, they've already had quite an active day.
Peter, very active, yes. This 147th Fighter Wing is an elite unit of the Air National Guard, responsible for protecting the airspace over the United States. Now, behind me are armed F-16s that can be up and in the skies in less than 5 minutes. Now, already today, they've been scrambled 8 times, 3 times in just the last hour. Now, before Tuesday's terrorist attack, this base scrambled its F-16s about once a month. Officials will not say what, if any, threat they're responding to today. Now, this is the fighter wing that sent F-16s to escort the president as he traveled aboard Air Force One on Tuesday. Many of the reserves called up may be sent here to provide support Every time one of these fighters takes off, the maintenance load increases, and right now, Peter, it looks like they could use some more help.
Mike, I wonder if these reservists are already in what John McWethy called a strip alert status, that is to say, ready to go in 15 minutes, no questions asked.
Well, actually, Peter, at this base, they're ready to go in 5 minutes. They've got 18 F-16s out there, 28 pilots, and this is one of 7 bases around the country where they're ready to go in 5 minutes. The problem is that these planes are running like crazy. They require a lot of maintenance, and the reserves that are going to come in are not the elite kind that are flying out here, although some of the pilots may eventually do that. They need some maintenance help here.
Many thanks, Mike. It's a subject we've devoted a lot of attention to in the last weeks and months. There is a real need in many of the armed services for better maintenance of equipment than they have had in the past, and this has been, according to John McWethy, particularly true for the Air Force. We need not tell you how nervous much of the country continues to be, given what the investigation reveals to us, step by step, as a deep concern in the country that the hijackers, the terrorists, were supported by a variety of circles, some of whom may still be in the country. So on this state of urgency and nervousness in the country tonight, ABC's Jackie Judd.
America is a nation very much on edge. The mere sight today of a commercial airplane in the skies over Dallas was enough to rattle people.
I thought, what would happen if it simply veered down to the right if there were terrorists on board and crashed into the tallest building in the city of Dallas, downtown.
Law enforcement, from local police officers to Secret Service agents, are in a state of hyper-vigilance. Every person, every threat, every sighting of someone or something suspicious is treated with extreme seriousness.
We're seeing a very hard edge on the part of security forces who are going to pursue every lead. Everything is going to be viewed with a jaundiced eye, and you're going to check it out. You don't want to assume anything.
In Phoenix today, the presence of a suspicious car prompted the evacuation of the federal courthouse. A threatening phone call to the Arkansas State House prompted an evacuation. In Washington, a man who drove his car into the grounds of the Saudi embassy caused panic. 2 people at the Los Angeles airport were detained after a ticketed passenger got on a flight with an escort. Bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in, nothing found, the plane took off, the pair was released. Even a man in Houston who made the far-fetched claim of possessing a nuclear bomb was taken into custody.
We don't know how he said it, if he was sarcastic, if he was joking. I have no idea how he was, but I know that that is a federal offense. You cannot make those kind of statements.
Any terrorist act leads to a heightened state of security, but this unprecedented attack has led to an unprecedented response.
American people should be prepared for different kinds of reactions and over a longer period of time by our law enforcement components.
Now, law enforcement across the country is assuming the worst possible scenario until they can prove everything is safe.
I'm waiting for the aftershock, so I feel that there'll be something else.
More than a few jittery Americans are doing the same. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
To add to New York's troubles, take a look. Well, it doesn't show it at the moment as clearly it is, but there is a blackout that has just occurred in parts of New York City. We have no reason to we have no understanding yet of what it means, but the lights you see on the streets of lower Manhattan tonight, where there is already a shortage of electricity, are those of emergency vehicles or temporary lights run by individual generators which have been brought in. We'll try to get some shots. It's a little after 7 o'clock here in the east, and we'll try to get some indication of how widespread this is, but we do know that some of the transmission towers for the broadcasting outlets, I'm not even sure if it includes ours, have gone down, and there is a measure of blackout in New York City tonight, which is the last thing this city anticipated at this particular moment. And in terms of the bomb scares around the city, there were 90 yesterday in New York, which didn't pan out. Think of this as the Junior Brideson moment. Junior Brideson is 34 years old, and he has now been charged with making false threats under a federal statute. He's one of those who allegedly made a false bomb threat. He called it into a high school in one of New York City's the boroughs of Queens, and police who are now using a system called Enhanced 911, which enables them to get a 911 call and then immediately pinpoint where it's coming from. They got a hold of Mr. Bridson, Mr. Junior Bridson, 34 years old, and he is now facing charges, and if convicted, possibly 10 years in prison. Just one of the things, along with the attacks, that have had an enormous psychological effect on the country. Here's ABC's Aaron Hayes.
What, they have asked themselves, can a little town like this do to help? Patriotic banners, yes. Flags, easily. But what more? The answer has been as simple as a prayer. And there are so many here.
For our president, and just for all of us today, because I'm so sad.
I pray for the children more than anyone, the children that are without parents.
I just want everybody to know in New York that they're in our heart in Douglasville, Georgia, and that the families and the firemen that they found, I hope that they find many, many, many more people alive in New York.
And in a scene no doubt played out in hundreds of towns today, they assembled this morning in Douglasville. Not a grand ceremony, but it was important to them. They left work to be here, closed shops, bundled the kids together, and came. This, they believe, was important to let everyone know the terrorists will not win.
No, it's not going to happen. We are a nation, and we believe in each other. And through times like this, we just have to come together.
And I think the spirit of the American people will prevail.
Surely, if what you see the school children writing and hear them saying today in Douglasville is any indication.
I'm just going to say to New York, keep your heads high, keep your hopes up.
Everyone is trying to do that. It is not easy.
So I want you to start to prepare yourselves for the moment of silence.
At this time, we want to remember all the victims and all their families and honor them.
You take for granted most of the time that you're safe and secure with your freedom and all of that. And when that's taken away, it changes everything.
My kids don't understand, and I don't understand.
I can't believe it's happened. It's really sad.
And so in message books they will send to New York and Washington, they lined up to write their names today and their prayers.
My prayer is for world peace. That all of our differences can be bridged. I know it's going to take a lot to do that, but I think we all have it in us as Americans to do that.
It's time we stand and say.
It was not a long ceremony, but it was enough.
I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
They want the people of New York and Washington to know they are with them.
We're not Southern, we're not Yankee, we're not black, we're not white. We're American, and that's what matters.
Today, what mattered here most. Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Douglasville, Georgia.
Now we return one more time to the investigation. The Secretary of State Colin Powell said today that the United States has not identified Osama bin Laden as the direct perpetrator of these particular attacks against the United States. But it is clear that the United States is very much in the process of building a case against him and certainly focusing on him as the chief suspect. Now, to describe Mr. bin Laden as elusive is only the beginning. Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz at the State Department. Martha?
Peter, officials say they are moving closer to directly linking bin Laden to Tuesday's attacks, but they seem no closer to finding him. On any given day, Osama bin Laden is hiding somewhere in Afghanistan.
The kind of detailed knowledge that we need about his immediate movements, his everyday activities, and his current location at any given time are very difficult to come up with.
U.S. officials rarely know where bin Laden is, but they know the reach of his network is astonishing.
The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found.
In the late 80s, bin Laden joined forces with the leaders of other Islamic militant groups and began building the network that now stretches from Southeast Asia to the Near East, Central Asia, to the Balkans, parts of Africa, Europe, South America, Canada, and now we know the United States as well. There are believed to be 3,000 members of bin Laden's organization, funded in part by bin Laden's own fortune, estimated to be $300 million.
He's doubtless used his money not only to finance terrorism, but to lay the groundwork for any number of escape routes and for places within which he can hide and conceal himself.
The Treasury Department announced today it is attempting to find the source of bin Laden's funds and disrupt it. But the U.S. has tried that before and had very little luck. So how does the U.S. fight a well-financed enemy whose operatives are so widely dispersed? Experts say that this is a case in which diplomatic muscle will be a more effective weapon than warplanes in achieving victory.
It's really only going to be achieved through the cooperation with foreign intelligence services and extracting and working off of the information, the human intelligence assets that they have that will pinpoint, that will hopefully pinpoint the location of these terrorists worldwide.
Efforts to share intelligence in the past have failed, but officials are hoping the magnitude of Tuesday's attacks, Peter, will change that.
Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department tonight. As far-reaching as the sum of bin Laden's connections may be in the world, and as we pointed repeatedly, it's very hard to pin many of them down. It is certainly true that some of the most extreme and most militant Muslim fighters have been bred and or fostered in Afghanistan and along the frontier which separates, but doesn't always separate very effectively, Afghanistan from next door Pakistan. ABC's Bob Woodruff is tonight in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad.
This is where the recruits begin their education, a collection of religious schools known as madrasas along Pakistan's border with Afghanistan. There are thousands of them, paid for by either the government or private donations from abroad. The students, mostly poor, are given free education, food, and clothing. In some, there is no science or math or literature. They study the Quran, and they learn about jihad or holy war.
Of course, there's also a great a feeling of anti-American, anti-Western feeling amongst them. The feeling that the Americans, the West, has let them down.
Let them down because 2 decades ago, the U.S. trained and funded the so-called freedom fighters to help push back the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. When that war ended, the U.S. lost interest, leaving behind a bitter and militarized population. Today, the students are often recruited as fighters. They are sent to training camps like this one in Pakistan itself, camps that are funded and operated by militant Islamic organizations and tolerated by the government. Time and again, the alleged perpetrators of terror have been found to be graduates of these places.
There has been a lot of linkages between Islamic groups in Pakistan and bin Laden. In fact, many of them have worked as bin Laden's bodyguards. Many of them have fought for bin Laden. Many of them have very close links which go back to the early 1980s in the Afghan war and afterwards.
Now, with President Musharraf's repeated promises to fight terrorism wherever it exists, there are those who say it is time to shut these camps down. Although Pakistan does not consider the camps to be terrorist operations, India, the U.S., and other countries do, and it could be considered hypocritical to keep them running. And the U.S. has made it abundantly clear. If Pakistan wants to be on America's side, it must act against those who train the terrorists. But Pakistan faces a stark choice. Any crackdown may bring enormous political trouble for the leadership here. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, Islamabad.
And we're now going to make one of those sharp turns we do on occasion in circumstances like these and return to the aviation industry as a whole. It has been a struggle for the aviation industry this week, no doubt. There have been struggles between the industry and government as who should shoulder the financial responsibility of the new security which the government wants. Here first is a report from ABC's John Martin.
These passengers in Atlanta this morning are among a drastically reduced number of Americans expected to risk flying over the next 60 to 90 days. With closures and security delays, American Airlines canceled all flights today. U.S. Airways was flying only 30% of its flights, Continental about 25%. Just since Tuesday, when all U.S. airliners were grounded, American carriers have lost more than $1 billion. An international air transport industry official said worldwide the losses could exceed $10 billion this year alone. That's why this year the airline industry will probably post the largest financial loss in the history of commercial aviation. And since even the biggest carriers only have enough cash to pay salaries, buy fuel, and maintain planes for about a month, the next few weeks will be critical.
It would not surprise me in the next 2 months if we saw major airlines running out of cash and having to file for bankruptcy.
Example, for Continental Airlines, advance bookings have virtually dried up.
When you lose literally half of your business overnight, it's catastrophic to you financially.
Already in Congress, there are calls to stabilize the airline industry.
If their capital melts away, there could be serious problems in keeping their people at work and paid.
Congress is talking about $2.5 billion for airline relief. One airline executive said it may not be enough to keep 6 top carriers from bankruptcy by the end of the year. The airlines employ 680,000 people, and what worries economists is that cutbacks and losses there with fewer travelers could have a ripple effect and devastate the car rental and hotel businesses as well. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
Just one other observation about the aviation industry and business. Many people have asked what the effect this has had on FedEx and United Parcel Service, UPS. It's been tougher on FedEx than on UPS because FedEx relies even more on aircraft than does UPS. And now to one very, very visible airport in the United States. The airport virtually in the heart of Washington, though it isn't exactly in the District of Columbia itself, is now called Ronald Reagan National Airport, named for the former president. It's still referred to by most people, of course, as National Airport in Washington. But in the wake of all the security concerns and the reports that at least one of these aircraft may have been headed for the Capitol itself, and of course that one hit the Pentagon, there are questions raised about whether this airport, now closed, should ever reopen. Here's ABC's Barry Serafin.
As most of the country's airports are coming back to life, Reagan National remains virtually deserted. Planes are still parked, terminals are empty. The airport is closed until further notice. And at least one organization is now saying it should stay that way.
We think it should remain closed permanently.
The issue is location. The airport is just across the Potomac River from Washington, only a few miles from the White House, the Capitol, and the Pentagon.
Any plane on departure or arrival from Reagan National Airport is within seconds of, veering off and hitting one of these institutions, and there's just not enough time to react and do anything.
Those same concerns have long been shared by the Secret Service and the military, and have understandably grown now that a plane has actually crashed into the Pentagon. Before Tuesday, Reagan National handled 900 flights and 45,000 passengers every day.
That raises obvious questions. Where would all of this airport's flights and passengers go? There have been suggestions that Andrews Air Force Base, which is farther from Washington, might be turned into a commercial airport.
But Reagan National still has plenty of defenders. The same proximity to downtown Washington that is raising questions also makes it very convenient and highly popular with members of Congress. And local officials say Reagan National is a vital part of the area's transportation and employment.
The National Airport is responsible for about $1 billion of the metropolitan Washington economy. There are more than 10,000 employees that rely upon National Airport.
No one in the federal government is publicly calling for permanently closing National, but some believe it will at least be considered. For now, it remains shut down indefinitely. Barry Serafin, ABC News at Reagan National Airport.
Whenever there is a discussion about aviation security, the subject of the Israeli national airline El Al obviously comes up. El Al probably has as strict security as any airline in the world, and security analysts in Israel today say that if U.S. airlines would follow them or use El Al as a role model, well, then here's more from ABC's Gillian Findlay.
The security checks start the moment you arrive at Israel's main airport. Guards with Uzi submachine guns check every car. By the time you reach the terminal half a mile away, the airline has already run an intelligence check on every person who has bought a ticket for your flight. After the regular X-ray checks, your bags are put through a special machine that can detect explosives. and you can expect to get a grilling. Where do you live? Where are you going? And who do you know there? Have you ever traveled to Arab countries?
That's the way that we can find the terrorist. And if you are not a terrorist and you have nothing to hide, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Young men get the most attention. Couples are often interrogated separately and their stories compared. Any suspicion can result in further interrogation. Your suitcases can be opened and everything inside checked by hand. And if all those measures fail, which the Israelis acknowledge can happen, there is a last line of defense. Every Israeli airline flight has at least one security guard on board, and that person is armed.
When you have a security man, very well trained, I just tell you that it takes less than a second to pull his gun out and to put 3 bullets inside the person that's trying to do something.
That, he says, would almost certainly have made a difference in the United States this week. The Israeli approach to security takes determination, money, and from the passenger's point of view, a lot of patience. In the past, travelers have complained about the long security checks here, not after this week. Julian Finley, ABC News, Jerusalem.
And now we come back to the challenges for New York City. Obviously, it would be very difficult for those of us who report this story on an almost continual basis to appreciate the full impact of all this if we hadn't had a chance, even a brief chance, to go down to what we all call ground zero and see the work effort that is there and see the destruction up close. The truth of the matter is, after having paid a visit both before dawn and after dawn today, it does look much more dramatic in person than it does on television, but on television we do get a fair representation in terms of the architecture of disaster and in terms of the human struggle to do what people can do to resolve the situation there. On the bright side of things, ABC's Betsy Stark has had an opportunity to go down today and have what would call not an entirely pleasurable tour, but not one utterly associated with disaster. You have been at the New York Stock Exchange.
Right, Peter. As we know, the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, and the NASDAQ are all set to resume trading Monday morning, 9:30. That's the regular hour. And for the New York Stock Exchange especially, it will be a race against time to do all that it takes to get ready to open.
Outside the New York Stock Exchange today, fire hoses were washing the dust off nearby buildings, but the smell of smoke was still in the air. The quiet inside was eerie. Tomorrow the testing begins. Will the world's biggest stock exchange be ready to execute buy and sell orders from all over the world? Chairman Dick Grasso says yes.
But you can rest assured and certainly share with your viewers that this market will open. The American marketplace will be open for business on Monday.
The exchange faces daunting obstacles to opening. 20% of the phone lines it uses were severely damaged by falling steel girders. Con Ed is still at work restoring electricity, steam, and air conditioning to the area. Wall Street is without subway or bus service, leaving open the question of how the 3,000 people who work at the exchange and the 100,000 more who support it will get there.
Are you talking about sending buses and vans into parts of the city or
absolutely
the outer boroughs?
Creating, if we need to, staging centers where we can provide incremental surface transportation.
Making sure the air is fit to breathe inside and out is another issue. Some wonder whether there will be food to eat.
It will be a Herculean effort, and it will be a successful effort.
Security, already among the tightest in Manhattan, is another concern.
Do you feel more vulnerable now, Dick? That the World Trade Center was a symbol of American capitalism. The New York Stock Exchange is too.
We're a free and open society. We're not going to let this send America into a bunker, but we're also going to be prudent.
By prudent, Mr. Grasso means there will no longer be any vehicle traffic on the street in front of the New York Stock Exchange. It's now standard operating procedure to X-ray all packages coming into the exchange and to pass all visitors through a security checkpoint. By prudent, Mr. Grasso does not mean, Peter, that the public will be restricted from visiting the New York Stock Exchange. It's actually one of the most popular tourist attractions in New York, or at least it was.
Let me ask you a couple of business questions today, which I'm not absolutely sure you're on top of. General Electric lowered its profit warning today. Its profit warning today. or warned that its profits were going to be lower by about $400 million because of insurance losses. What's that mean?
You're right, Peter. I'm not on top of that today. Give me a chance. I'll get back to you.
Now, one research report also showed that Boeing could lose at least 25% of its expected 2002 deliveries, and that, I assume, has to do with potential air travel.
As we just heard in one of our reports, this is shaping up to be the worst year in aviation history. And if there is not enough passenger traffic to justify the need for more planes, then Boeing may face a bunch of cancellations. Okay. Sorry to blindside you with the first one, but we'll ask some more specific questions. You heard there Betsy talking to the head of the New York Stock Exchange, reaffirming that Wall Street is the more than symbolic heart of the financial capital in the United States, and the trade towers were very much a part of that. Many of the biggest companies that were in the trade towers are now desperately, in some cases, not so desperately in others, looking for new quarters, at least temporarily. But there is no question, as ABC's Robert Krulwich reports tonight, that Wall Street and its environment in general must recover from a terrible blow.
No question the terrorists' goal was to destroy two world-famous symbols of American economic power, and this time they did. The collapses were so powerful they registered as two small earthquakes at Columbia University, and collateral damage rendered about 15 million square feet of office space, the equivalent of 15 Empire State Buildings, uninhabitable. Said Mayor Giuliani today.
We're very concerned about the loss of jobs, and we're very concerned about helping all of these businesses to rebuild.
Still, it will be months and maybe years before companies can move back. Which raises an immediate question. Where can they go? The stock market opens on Monday. And finance is an intensely fast-moving, competitive endeavor. Nobody can afford to stay out of it for too long. So, not because they want to, but because they must, companies already are leaving Manhattan. Lehman Brothers just leased space in New Jersey. American Express is moving to Jersey. Citicorp Solomon Bond Trading Division to New Jersey. Will they return? Well, the idea that you concentrate most of your employees in a single big skyscraper emblazoned with a corporate logo suddenly seems risky this week. The New York Times quotes Hearts Mountain chief Leonard Stern saying, "I'm not sure tall trophy offices will ever be popular again." Said this displaced executive,
"I hope you don't mind, but when the real estate brokers interviewed me, I said I'd really rather not be down in the financial district."
New York's financial district is more than 200 years old and has survived many bad times. But this time, with whole chunks of it missing and the lure of safer spaces, the president today visited a place that may have a hard road back. Robert Krulwich, ABC News, New York.
We have taken note on any number of occasions of so many public events being canceled in the wake of these attacks on the United States. And for millions of Americans who look forward to entertainment on the weekend, entertainment in the broadest sense and in the specific sense of sports, this, of course, is going to be a very different weekend. Here's ABC's Dean Reynolds.
In Ann Arbor, Michigan this weekend, 107,000 seats will be empty. No football game there or almost anywhere else.
Our team was ready to play, our coaches were ready to play, but in the final analysis, we all made the right decision.
They'd expected 100,000 fans at Loudon, New Hampshire's NASCAR 300 race on Sunday, but it won't be run.
Why should we be out here having fun?
Given the situation that's going on in the world right now, it's a small thing.
So too are baseball's halted pennant races. As one major leaguer put it, no one feels like cheering now.
Because in the midst of you stepping in the batter's box or you out there on defense, there's people climbing under rocks, climbing under beams.
Others saw it the same way.
How can we think of doing anything else?
Chuck User's warehouse is full of parade floats that were ticketed for the Mexican Independence Day festivities tomorrow, but they're going nowhere fast.
As of Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning, first thing I said was, there goes the parades for the weekend.
Across the country, all the cancellations and postponements will make this weekend as quiet as a church or synagogue. The Jewish New Year starts Monday night, and Chicago Rabbi Michael Sternfield expects the celebration will be solemn.
I certainly am going to switch gears and deal with what's happening right now for our country, for everybody.
In San Francisco, the 44th annual St. Gregory's Armenian Bazaar won't take place. nor will there be anyone to eat all the food they fixed.
Maybe loss is a material loss, but our heart wasn't in it.
It's too late to cancel Nikki Swindoll's wedding.
His family from Pennsylvania is still on the road.
And she expects it will be subdued. They'll play God Bless America at the reception and count their blessings.
I'm sure all over the East Coast, there are brides sitting there who were supposed to be getting married this weekend, too.
Their plans have been disrupted, and their weekends may not be everything they had hoped, but the common thread we encountered today among Americans is that everyone thinks that's okay. It's a time when the sounds of silence will make a very loud statement. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago. We talked a short while ago about a blackout in New York City tonight. The lights are back on. But for a check on the other issues on the street, ABC's Bob Jamieson. Bob?
Peter, a group of young firemen who were working at Ground Zero when President Bush visited said to us when they left the area this evening that his talk had inspired them, his visit had inspired them. And inspiration was something that was needed today. This has been a very frustrating day for searchers. Frustrating because bad weather slowed the operation at a time when they believe the window of opportunity to find people who are still alive is closing. The bad weather slowed it in two different ways. The wind made working around some of the buildings more difficult, and therefore the bucket brigades, those who have been moving some of this debris an inch at a time, were taken away, they were evacuated, and only machinery worked on those buildings. Also, the ground was slippery because of rain. The debris became heavier because of rain, and all in all, it has been a very frustrating day here.
Thanks very much, Bob Jamieson. As you can see, night has fallen here in the east. Of course, it is frustrating for the searchers, and it becomes increasingly so. It is frustrating as an understatement for those people still searching for their relatives. But as Bob Jamieson says, the city is clearly coming to that very, very difficult moment when it will be a question of identifying the remains of people who have been trapped and died in that rubble. And that takes us to this report from ABC's Ned Potter.
To understand the enormity of the task ahead, one may think back to other recent disasters. The Oklahoma City bombing, or the crash of TWA Flight 800, to name just two. Identifying the dead was hard enough there, but nothing compared to the job scientists face here.
1 death, 2 deaths, 3 deaths, people know how to handle that. 5,000 deaths, nobody knows how to handle.
The rescue teams are looking for any identifying clues.
If people can be identified through tattoos, scars, photographs, that will occur first. If that doesn't work, the dental records and the medical records will become most important.
If a person had 3 cavities, for instance, or a hip replacement, X-rays will show that. But the Trade Center collapse was so violent that only the precision of DNA testing will solve many cases.
The medical examiner in New York City and the police department do more DNA analysis, it may be, than the rest of the country combined.
DNA testing is simple in concept. If a person brushed their hair in the morning, there's DNA in the hair in their brush at home. Perhaps it can be matched with DNA from a body at the crime scene. But it gets very difficult when the crime scene is so vast.
Imagine how many body parts have to be DNA tested. There is no laboratory in this country or any other that can deal with that many samples.
So many remains will likely wait for weeks in refrigerated trucks, and the pressure on investigators to make identifications will be tremendous.
They want to do a good job. They want to be very accurate, and they're not only trying to be accurate, but they're also dealing with the trauma of what they're seeing over and over and over again.
It is terrible work, and it's unlikely to identify everyone. So years from now, doctors predict there will still be families longing for tangible proof that their loved ones died here. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
This, of course, is also a huge challenge for the military, even though the military has had more experience in this particular respect, given casualties in war overseas. Now we're dealing with war at home. The Pentagon now believes that approximately, or about, 190 people have perished in that attack on the Pentagon, And so we go to ABC's John Yang.
Officials say the attack left the Pentagon so badly damaged, some parts will have to be torn down. Repairs will take years. The wreckage tells the story of routine workdays and lives brutally interrupted. There are also stories of extraordinary bravery. 3 Army officers trapped inside rescued colleagues.
The secretary was screaming. We really didn't know if she was trapped, if she was injured, if she just couldn't move. So I just put her on my back to try to get her over the wall and carried her over the wall. And then I heard the disabled janitor. He was frantic also and had curled up in a fetal position there by the debris. So I got him on my back and got him over the wall.
Once outside, they went back in and saved even more people.
It was a sense of duty to get everyone out. It was no doubt we had to get those out that we could. We couldn't leave anyone behind.
Others were not so fortunate. Young soldiers, usually assigned to ceremonial duties, tell of finding bodies clustered around televisions or sitting at desks.
Next to them are pictures or family photos of them, their wives, and their kids. It's very personal.
It's like somebody can tell you what to expect, but when you see it, it's never what you think it's going to be.
Pentagon officials say the death toll could have been much worse. The plane hit a section of the building that had recently been strengthened as an anti-terrorism measure. Windows were replaced with 1.5-inch thick panes covered with mylar so the glass would not shatter. Flying glass was a leading cause of death in earlier terrorist attacks.
These windows, I think, saved my life and the lives of 2 of my people.
Workers hope to finish the job of propping up weakened parts of the building tonight, which will allow them to step up the task of recovering bodies tomorrow. John Yang, ABC News, the Pentagon.
Now, as you know from our continual reporting, there's been ambiguity about this attack on the United States in certain parts of the world. We've reported pretty exhaustively on that today. But there was, in many parts of the world today, very distinct, very large shows of solidarity with the United States. Let's first go to Europe and ABC's Jim Wooten.
On the stroke of the hour, 70 hours since the terrorists struck, a most remarkable moment today. From the British Parliament here in London to Notre Dame in Paris, to Sarajevo, and even further beyond the old Iron Curtain, a somber silence settled on Europe. In Bucharest, in Belfast, in Berlin, an enormous throng, 200,000 Germans at the Brandenburg Gate on this official day of mourning. 3 minutes of quiet homage to the thousands of Americans who died this week. And in the hush of this remembrance by thousands of Europeans, a common grief. At the Vatican, in his private chapel, a Pope's prayers. In Switzerland, in the rain, one man's meditation. In Warsaw, this flickering shrine, this woman's tribute. And after the silence, words of faith and hope. In Athens, in Dublin.
So many of us Irish people have such strong ties with America and its people.
In modest churches and mighty cathedrals, memorial services like this gathering in London's stately old St. Paul's. With the Queen and the Prime Minister and 2,000 mourners united by their ringing singing of an American hymn. It was all symbolic, of course, but there was also in Europe today an almost palpable sense of sadness and of sorrow shared. Jim Wooten, ABC News, London.
American patriotic songs, and particularly the American national anthem, sung in so many places in public today, where, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't expect it. One of the most dramatic examples of solidarity with the United States occurred in the Canadian capital, Ottawa. The Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien led the Canadian Act of Solidarity on the front lawn of the Canadian Parliament buildings in Ottawa today. The American ambassador, the new one there, Paul Cellucci, thanked Canada for its help and support. And they estimate that 75,000 people showed up to participate. Solidarity from Canada's nearest neighbor to some of its farthest neighbors in the world today. And now home again. For Americans, let's go to ABC's Neil Karlinski, who's in Seattle.
Seattle may be about as distant from the tragedy in miles as you can get in the United States. But to be here today, you would never know it.
I think it's a very, very deep emotional thing for everybody all across the country. I don't think it's, you know, it hit New York, but it's hitting the whole country.
Which is why part of downtown Seattle shut down today. Why 15,000 firefighters, police, and citizens gathered just to be together, to pray, to mourn, to remember.
It means we're all thinking of them. We're all there.
And I think I can speak for every firefighter in the nation that if they are tired and they're weary and they need some help, all they have to do is put out the call and we'll be there for them just like they would be here for us.
Parents brought their children and thought about what they will learn from this someday.
I'll let him know how glad we were that we were together as a family, and we'll certainly express to him how lucky we are to be alive in this free country.
No one is going to cause me to fear my neighbor because of who they are or who they worship. I embrace my neighbors.
This couple, originally from India, says people now look at them differently, but they came here to pray with the rest anyway.
We really hurt, you know. I cried. I still sick for many days because I feel so depressed for that, because we are all, you know, brother and sisters. Then it's very painful for us.
This man is the leader of a mosque that has received anti-Arab threats all week and was attacked by a man threatening arson last night.
I am a Muslim. I am American. I love America. God bless America.
Amidst the prayers, there was also talk of war, a subject not easily raised in this port city, which is surrounded by Army, Air Force, and Navy bases.
We'll probably be at war.
You feel we should be?
Yes, I do.
The hour-and-a-half-long ceremony concluded with a moment of silence. A continent away from New York and Washington, the message from residents here is, we all now stand as one. Neil Karlinski, ABC News, Seattle.
As you probably know, in your own neighborhood, newspapers have rushed to produce supplements on this, which have been valuable to us all, and some magazines. Time magazine is one, produced a remarkable collection of photographs, which it got to its subscribers, and I assume also to newsstands. ABC's John Quinones has spent some time with one photographer who lived near Ground Zero and had a remarkable day.
What I had seen in so many places in the world for the last 20 years, suddenly it was in my backyard.
Photographer James Nakwe has shot every hotspot there is, from Bosnia
to the Middle East. But when terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center, they struck his own neighborhood. His images appear in this week's Time magazine.
From my window, I can see the World Trade Center. I heard the sound and gathered my equipment and went over there. I began to photograph people being evacuated from the towers. Some were wounded, some were in a state of panic. It looked like the set of a science fiction movie. It looked like the apocalypse. It reminded me somewhat of the attack on Sarajevo or on Beirut.
How does this compare?
I saw it immediately as an act of war, as an act of aggression against a civilian population, a civilian target. Having spent weeks and sometimes months at a time in violent, chaotic places that were at war, whenever I came home, it was a kind of refuge.
You felt safe and secure.
Absolutely. And that's been severely undermined.
The photographers, many of them, that's one of them, but many of them have done some remarkable work and will remind us for years to come of this extraordinary day in the life of America. And we can't get it all in the last couple of minutes, but here is our contribution on this special edition of World News Tonight.
Yeah, water for now. Water and Gatorade.
When the rain's not helping at all. But, you know, we're here to do what we can do. And, you know, God bless America.
So I do not know nothing.
It's just not knowing what's going to happen. And I just want him to walk through that door and make everything go away.
There are moments in history in which one has to take side, and fully and without any kind of ambiguity, I think we have to stand with the American institutions and American people and American government.
I'm very sorry about what happened, and me as a Palestinian kid, I'm totally against this terrorism in New York and in Washington.
And on behalf of Cincinnatians everywhere, I have proclaimed Cincinnati Day of Prayer.
Yes, our nation has been attacked, buildings destroyed, lives lost. But now we have a choice, whether to implode and disintegrate emotionally and spiritually as a people and a nation, or whether we choose to become stronger.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. The nation sends its love.
Harry, by pushing
and compassion.
No, sorry.
To everybody who is here.
Cross the line on that one.
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud.
Thank you for making the nation proud. If you have only joined us today for this special edition of World News Tonight, I thank you, and I'm Peter Jennings, but our coverage continues, of course.
This is ABC News continuing coverage. Reporting from ABC News World Headquarters in New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. Our coverage, of course, continues and will continue for the foreseeable future. I would like to tell you at the beginning that there is widespread concern in the country for the children, and tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Time we are going to do a special edition of trying to answer children's questions. We've done it before on major issues. There have been few as major as this in the short run. It may remind some of you of the special we did at the time of the Gulf War. I hope you and perhaps your children will join us for that. But as our coverage continues tonight, it is now 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west. We're going to begin with a summary of the news of the day. This was a day on which the President of the United States was very visible in his role as Commander-in-Chief, in his role of consoler for the nation. And so we're going to go to the White House and our senior White House correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, take it from there.
Well, Peter, you're right. This was a day where President Bush was required by the circumstances, and I think most people would say did, fill out those vast responsibilities that the presidency, the office of the presidency, has at a time like this. First at the prayer service at the National Cathedral, where he was joined by former presidents Clinton, Bush, his father, Carter, and Ford. A show of solidarity across party lines and across the decades in this moment. And that was a very moving prayer service. I know we will have more on that. And then President Bush also trying to show the nation that the president would go to the moment of crisis, to the place of crisis, traveling to New York, of course, under heavy guard by combat jet fighters in the air. And when he got there, touring the devastation, accompanied by Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, and at an intersection where two fire trucks were flattened by the falling debris from the collapsing towers, killing members of their crews, the president had some words to rally the rescue workers who were there.
The nation sends its love and compassion. God bless America! To everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
You know, Peter, it's sometimes said that the office of the presidency can make its occupant. It's been said about previous presidents that times of crisis, the nation seems to find a man who lives up to the moment, and that obviously is the test for President Bush. It is what people are looking to him so intently to do, and something that he has very much on his mind.
Thank you very much, Terry Moran. We'll go into this in greater detail as the evening goes on. ABC News has polled again on the subject of public perception of a great many things, but it is interesting to see that the president's approval rating is about 85%. In general terms at the moment, but for handling this particular crisis, it's at about 91%. And it was indeed a brief moment of exhilaration, particularly for the firefighters, but for all of the relief workers down there at the Twin Trade Towers. But if you look very closely at that crowd today, even when the president there, you saw a deep somberness among many of the firefighters, particularly, who were there, but among all the relief workers, because here in New York today, the number of people missing and feared to be dead is almost 5,000 at the moment. And so there is a very, very widespread pall over the city of New York tonight, and ABC's Don Dahler is downtown there tonight. Don?
I need program in IFB.
Don, can you hear me? Don Dahler is down there tonight. and the effort continues. It is a slogging effort. It goes on in a very deliberate way. Many of the volunteers who are not professionals have left the scene, and in terms of the fire department and construction workers and steel workers, this is now a place where the professionals are doing the very often grisly, minute work of clearly still trying to find survivors, but clearly now trying to just bring out the dead. ABC's Cynthia McFadden is downtown in New York. She's at Union Square. Cynthia?
Actually, Peter, I'm a little further north.
Okay.
I was going to be at Union Square. I'm here still at the Armory on 23rd Street, where family members have gathered. And Peter, the scene here outside the Armory, where family members come to find out about loved ones, is really quite extraordinary right now. I think you can see the candlelight vigil going on. There are thousands of people gathered in these few blocks. We're just crammed in so tightly together, it's hard to even get a perspective on it. But I can tell you that behind our camera position are thousands of people holding candles and flags. I can tell you that they've been playing patriotic music for the last hour. And when the music stops, someone in the crowd inevitably calls out to play it again. It is really a moving place to be. People standing quietly, not pushing, not shoving, not talking very much, just sharing in these moments. Peter, every street corner, as we talked earlier, there are American flags. I mean, we have every person who goes by, police officer, handing out flags. We have a whole collection here of flags that have been handed to us over the last couple of hours. It is a very moving place to be, especially since at this moment this crowd has gathered in part not only to support the families, but because they believe the president is due to arrive any moment. And we believe from talking to police officers on the scene that within the next hour or so, maybe even less, he will be here to comfort the families and perhaps even to talk to some of the people of New York who have gathered.
Cynthia, there was a blackout very briefly in New York, at least in parts of New York. Did it affect your area?
No, it didn't. It didn't, Peter. We have lights. In fact, the rest of New York looks pretty normal in this area. I mean, the stores are open. The pizza shop across the way is serving pizza. It's just that everybody's a lot nicer than usual. People say please and thank you. People offer you drinks and food and hugs, and it's really quite an amazing time to be out on the streets of New York City.
Okay, Cynthia.
The families Peter, we have talked to, innumerable families today, and I think a little later in the broadcast you're going to get a chance to see some of them, a family who drove all the way from Indiana to find their Katie, families from all over the country who have driven in to try to find loved ones. It's really quite amazing.
Okay, Cynthia, thanks very much. New Yorkers like to say you should never judge them on the fact that they don't always say please and thank you, but it is certainly true at moments of crisis. New Yorkers respond in a unique way, and it has been interesting to find people in other parts of the country seeing New York at a moment of crisis, and this is still very much a moment of crisis. As I said, the authorities now believe that there are almost 5,000 people somewhere under that rubble. They're described as missing at the moment. They are not described as missing and presumed dead. But if you walk around what is called the hole at the very center of where the trade towers collapsed in and on themselves, as I did with the police commissioner earlier this morning, both before dawn and after dawn, there is a deeply dispirited feeling in that immediate location. It was made more complicated by the rain today, but as I said, the volunteer spirit which is evident in New York is still very much evident, but volunteers generally have been backed away from this area. Oh, there have been a few phonies who tried to get in. The police commissioner and his colleagues are disturbed at people who've showed up and tried to take advantage of the situation in order to get a closer look at this. I can also tell you that as we've seen it on television, is a pretty accurate, though maybe less intimate representation than you get in person. But what we see on television is pretty much the way it looks. There are these huge, huge pieces of material that need to be moved. And all day long, this is, if I may quote the police commissioner, not for the first time today, he used to work as a security expert in the Middle East as part of his career, paid a visit to Egypt and to the pyramids, was in awe, as many people are, of how they ever built the pyramids. And he said that he came back and he looked this morning and yesterday at this army of volunteers all over the rubble. This army of volunteers all over the rubble. He began to understand how they built the pyramids. Take a look at the center of your picture there. This is what happens piece by piece. There's a bucket brigade in one place. There's a huge piece that has to be moved in others, sometimes by hand. But the very heaviest machinery has moved in. The constant presence of noise makes it apparent that the intimacy and the quiet you sometimes need in order to listen, to hear survivors, to hear tapping, to hear a cry, to try to identify a cell phone that may be pinging somewhere is extremely difficult to achieve. One of the things that the nation's cell phone servers have been able to do in the last while from all parts of the country is to what they call pulse the cell phones of all of those subscribers whose families have told the cell phone companies had cell phones with them when they were at work. The search continues, but the level of hope has clearly gone down. We've managed to make contact with ABC's Don Daly. Don?
Peter, yes, the volunteer spirit that you mentioned is still very much in effect here. This is a determined lot, but there's a definite darker cloud of despair that's entered into their voices when you talk to them. They're very, very eager to get back in there and continue their tedious work. Prior to the rains, the scene was one of, as you described it, the bucket brigades, the long lines of individuals working very, very hard. You would have at the top of the line, you would have maybe 3 or 4 individuals on hands and knees using bare hands to scrape the silt and debris into these 5-gallon buckets and pass them along. They were looking for anything that might indicate somebody was there. A gold chain was found, sometimes DNA material, that sort of thing, but they were also looking intently for signs of life. In certain places, the steel girders had actually teepeed, is the only way to describe it, during the collapse. And they were finding some air pockets at the very top of that, and they felt like if they find those air pockets, there might be somebody alive somewhere in that kind of a situation. So every once in a while, the call would go out to be quiet. The hands would raise and come down like that, and 5,000 to 7,000 of the army of volunteers were suddenly silent. Only the generators were running. People would listen intently for any signs of life, and then moments later they would have to continue working and the noise level would come up again. The folks I just talked to who are still waiting to go in say they are desperate to get in there and continue the search, that they believe that they will find people alive in there.
Thanks very much, Don Daly in Lower Manhattan. And now, in no particular order tonight, we're going to turn to the President's authority. The Congress, of course, has given the President greater authority already. The Senate today gave the President the authority to declare an act against the terrorists if they are able to be pinpointed. There was, as you know, a great discussion about the War Powers Act and how much the authority the President should have. But the President indeed now has the authority, among other things, to call up the reserves. And so the reserves are going to be called first in the tens of thousands of numbers. We'll see what happens in the future. But it takes us now to Ellington Air Force Base in Texas, because some of those reservists are going to be joining a wing at Ellington Air Force Base of the Texas Air National Guard, and ABC's Mike Von Fremd is there. Mike?
Yes, Peter, they may be sent here. This 147th Fighter Wing, they're the ones that are responsible for defending the skies over the United States. And the F-16s behind me are armed, Peter, and they've been scrambled into the skies 8 times today. Now, keep in mind that before Tuesday's attack, they were scrambled only about once a month. Now, officials here will not say why they were sent into the sky so many times today, but this base was the one that was called on Tuesday when the President was aboard Air Force One traveling across the United States after the terrorist attack. He had F-16s on either wing. They were sent from here. This is one of 7 units across the United States where they can have the F-16s up and in the sky in 5 minutes. There are 18 of them that are kept here. As I mentioned, they're all armed. There's 28 pilots. And Peter, when they begin to scramble them so often, the maintenance needs are upped. and some of the reserves would be sent here, assumably to provide with the maintenance support. The other reserves could be sent across the country in New York and Washington to provide for medical support, also to provide for whatever help is necessary. Basically, they could be used for anything in defending the homeland. Peter?
Mike, John McWethy reported from the Pentagon earlier today that many of the Air Force bases around the country will be put on something called strip alert, which means they're expected to respond within 15 minutes. I gather that the reserve forces there are expected to act even more quickly.
Yes, in 5 minutes. And what they're doing right now, Peter, is they've been constantly getting one F-16 ready after another because, as I mentioned, they've been scrambled into the skies 8 times today. And so we are basically sometimes having pilots running from plane to plane. And when it happens here, it may happen sometime tonight again, you hear an alarm go off and that they are immediately on the flight line. They're taken and they scramble off into the sky. And once again, we're not told why. John McWethy, when I talked to him earlier, says, Mike, it's for intercept support. All over all the Gulf states, everywhere from Florida all the way to Mexico, that's the region that they're responsible for here. So if there's a questionable plane that's coming in on anywhere in the Gulf, it is this base that has the responsibility to get an F-16 up and in the sky in 5 minutes. And they've been called on 8 times today.
Many thanks, Mike von Fremd at Ellington Air Force Base in Texas. And in fact, the experience there is being replicated at Air Force bases in various other parts of the country because, as you know, and as we've said before, over a number of American metropolitan centers, fighter jets are in constant motion at the moment as a way of demonstrating that when it is necessary, the entire country is on alert. One thing I must tell you, the issue of cockpit safety is not one for the Air Force at this moment, certainly not like it is for the aviation industry in the wake of these hijackings, these deliberate suicides by 19 terrorists on 4 aircraft on Tuesday. So we're being joined now by ABC's Chris Wallace, who has been looking in the last day or so at this whole issue of how onboard behavior may, in time, Chris, if I'm getting it right, may affect the whole question of cockpit safety.
No, that's exactly right, Peter. As the airlines look at ways to fight hijackers, there's increasing focus on one issue: how to make sure that the people flying the planes are secure. What happened on Alaska Airlines Flight 259 last year shows just how vulnerable the cockpit can be. The plane was on its way to San Francisco when an out-of-control passenger crashed through the cockpit door. The pilot immediately radioed for help.
At the 259 Mayday, we got, they have broken our cockpit, we're struggling with them. Get us to San Jose now, quick.
Today, that pilot, Captain Gene Rao, recalled the terrifying scene.
He broke the door down. He was 250 pounds, 6'2", and the door should have been made of paper mache. It was that easy for him to come through.
The captain said he and his co-pilot fought him, even using a cockpit axe, as the man reached for the controls and said he was going to kill them all. Suddenly, some other passengers rushed in.
We had 6 or 7 large individuals, men, come up, and it took every single one of them to get this individual out of the cockpit.
What would have happened if those passengers hadn't come to your rescue?
I know, in my mind, if it would not have been for my passengers, that we would have crashed that day.
Most passengers think the cockpit door is secure, the last line of defense on an airliner. Well, think again.
The cockpit is the Achilles heel in security on board a plane right now.
Larry Johnson used to be head of aviation counterterrorism for the State Department. He says the attitude towards cockpit doors has been there to keep out drunks and nuisances, not hijackers. And in case of an accident, pilots need to get out that door. There's been another issue. Up till now, most airlines opposed efforts to fortify the cockpit because it would cost money, and the added weight would eat up fuel.
That's true, because airlines are looking at it from a business standpoint. You can never mix business and security.
You're telling me that the airlines have refused to beef up the security of these cockpit doors because of money?
They operate in an industry with low margin. They don't have a huge profit margin. So they're trying to save money and find ways to cut corners.
But until this week, most hijackers haven't had to knock down the door because pilots are trained to go along with them. The flight manual for one major U.S. airline says If the hijacker enters the cockpit, remain calm and make every effort to cooperate with the hijacker.
Cooperate, don't try to resist, because you'll save your passengers and yourself with a cooperative, passive type attitude.
Captain Dwayne Worth, head of the Airline Pilots Association, flies 747s for Northwest Airlines. He says pilots have come to think they're dealing with hijackers who want to go somewhere, not someone on a suicide mission.
The type of hijacker they saw and the psychology behind it, that was going to be successful. There's been lots of hijacking, and that worked. But now we have a new threat, a new terrorist.
In the wake of Tuesday's attack, the Pilots Association has issued a new Get Tough alert to its members. The main point, take aggressive action to deal with suicidal hijackers.
Some of the things we told our pilots to do is to do radical maneuvers with the airplane, keeping it under control, depressurize the airplane, do lots of things that will throw the hijacker off balance.
Now, depressurizing the aircraft, what's the point there?
You might make him pass out. We have oxygen, and he won't have that much.
In your alert, you say the pilot must be, quote, mentally and physically prepared to take on the intruder.
If you're going to make that assumption, you're fighting for your life. If we're at war, and that's the war environment we're in right now, the assumption is going to have to be somebody's interfering with the flight crew and coming to your cockpit. He can't survive that experience.
Captain Worth says pilots should be prepared to use the axe in the cockpit and may even have to consider carrying guns. But that begs a key question. Captain, what you seem to be saying is that we're going to have to turn our commercial airliners into flying fortresses.
Certainly at the cockpit door, we're going to have to. We need an...
All the pilots we talked with today said that no matter what they do, hijackers will find some ways to bring planes down. The point is not to make it so easy for them. Peter?
Thanks very much, Chris Wallace. This is a huge debate in the aviation industry among the pilots, security analysts, and everything else. The issue of guns on airplanes at the best of times, not to mention the worst of times, is very complex and will be very intense in the days ahead. Now let us go to the status of the investigation today. ABC's Brian Ross is with us here in New York. Brian, pick it up on the status of today, if you would.
Peter, today the FBI released many new details about those responsible for the terrorist attacks. It says it now counts 19 hijackers. 7 of them were trained as pilots. Many of them have been living in this country for years legally in South Florida, and others had only recently arrived. The most revealing details involve those on board American Flight 11, the first to crash into the World Trade Center. According to the FBI, 2 of the hijackers were up front in seats 2A and 2B, just steps from the cockpit. Both men were trained pilots. One of them identified as Wael Ashiri, who federal authorities consider part of the Osama bin Laden terror organization.
Shiri himself came from Saudi Arabia just 2 weeks ago, and he left behind with his family a suicide note. He had been trained in Afghanistan at a particular camp in hand-to-hand combat training, which is kind of interesting given the assignment he had, which was to board one of these planes, hijack it, and control the passengers in the cabin while others broke into the pilot's cabin.
Several rows back on Flight 11, 2 more terrorist pilots. Mohammed Atta in 8D, who trained as a pilot in Florida and was on a U.S. watch list because of suspected terrorist connections. The owner of a bar in Hollywood, Florida, has told the FBI that several nights before the attacks, Atta and a companion came in and got drunk.
He looked at me with somewhat of an arrogant look, and he reached into his pocket and he pulled out a wad of money, and he threw it on the bar, and he says, "I don't have a money issue, I'm an airline pilot."
On United Flight 175, the second to hit, the 5 terrorists included yet another Florida-trained pilot, Marwan Al-Shihi.
The fact that there were a number of individuals that happened to receive training at flight schools here is news, quite obviously. If we had understood that to be the case, we would have, perhaps one could have averted this.
The plane that crashed into the Pentagon, American Flight 77, also had 5 terrorists aboard, coming from both San Diego and the New York, New Jersey area.
This was a terrorist spectacular. I mean, basically you had 19 people who committed suicide.
And the jet that crashed in Pennsylvania, United 93, was commandeered by 4 hijackers who also had addresses in Delray Beach, Florida, but were in fact, like most of the others, citizens of Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
These are the people that bin Laden depends on mostly, the Egyptians and the Saudis, and they comprise the majority of the inner core. Surely he expects some kind of retaliation, and I think that explains why today his followers have left the camps. The camps in Afghanistan are totally empty, and bin Laden himself has seemed to gone to ground.
Peter, now that the FBI says it knows who the hijackers was, what it wants to know now are who were those who supported them. To that end, the Attorney General today released a list to law enforcement agencies across the country of 100 people who are wanted for questioning. 100 people who, if they are found and stopped, will be detained. Peter?
Thanks, Brian. Brian Ross on the investigation. When President Bush was here in New York today, he was asked very directly by the reporters who were traveling with him whether or not there was a suspect. Here's how that exchange went.
Thank you all. Thank you. Let's go back out the way we came in. Everyone, please.
Okay. The president again greeting relief workers today, and then indeed there was an exchange between the president and the press about a suspect.
To gather all the evidence that can be gathered to find those who may still be in our country if they are here. I'm satisfied that our planning for possible future actions is going on course. Most of all, I'm satisfied and I'm pleased to be an American. This is a proud moment for our country. Out of this terrible devastation and ruin, the greatness of America shines forth. And I'm here just to, as best as I possibly can to thank the American people who are helping here and to give comfort to those who hurt. A lot of the firefighters who we saw, I had tears in their eyes, and because they lost loved ones, and their brothers are missing, or and it's a sad moment to be with them. And the least I can do is to give them a hug and maybe encourage them some.
Well, I was asking our control room to continue to run that because it's important to hear from the president under any circumstance, even though maybe it's just best if I paraphrase what happened. The president was asked directly, does he have a suspect? And he said yes. And then there was a very quick clarification from the White House press secretary, Ari Fleischer, and it was who said, no, the president did not believe that there was one particular suspect, but there were indeed suspects, plural. And so that's what you were supposed to hear there, the direct exchange between the press and the president on that subject, but it is good to hear the president on the subject of the country and the crisis today. I'd like to turn for a little while now to the economic dimension of this, because while everybody has emphasized and everybody believes that the principal concern at the moment is indeed still the missing, and those members of their family who have suffered who are suffering because they are missing, and the country's suffering and regeneration at large, the whole issue of what is going to cost the city and the state of New York and the country as a whole is an immensely significant one. So first of all, here's ABC's Robert Krulwich on very, very preliminary damage estimates.
People are just beginning to assess the damage. The latest count from Grubb & Ellis Commercial Brokers says that 13 million square feet, that's 13 Empire State Buildings worth of office space, was demolished, gone. Plus another 14 million square feet has been damaged and temporarily abandoned, for a total of 27 million square feet out of commission, a drastic drop in the supply of space for Manhattan. Next, Computer Economics research firm notes that financial workers rely heavily on sophisticated information technology. Resupplying and reconnecting 100,000 workers in the next few months, they are estimating, will cost $8.1 billion. And Business Week notes that until this week, Hurricane Andrew was the most costly catastrophe in U.S. history, costing insurers $16 billion. This event, they report, could cost as much as $30 billion. Since Hurricane Andrew, property and casualty rates in Miami have jumped 250% and 110% in Florida. What will happen to rates in Manhattan? Well, nobody knows. The costs are only beginning to surface. Robert Krulwich, ABC News.
Thanks very much, Robert. And as we continue this discussion, we're joined by our business and economics correspondent, Betsy Stark, who I must say, first of all, had the unusual experience today of being at the stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, as they prepare to get up and running next Monday. What was that like?
I tell you, it was pretty strange, Peter, because on any other Friday, you would have seen a lot of activity at the New York Stock Exchange. The trading floor would have been full of hundreds of people. There would have been 3,000 people in that building. There would have been people outside on the street. And the only thing you saw in front of the Stock Exchange today, which, by the way, did not suffer any structural damage, the streets were clean, but all you saw were emergency vehicles, police, fire department, and Verizon phone company trucks and Con Ed trucks trying to go about the business of repairing the damage to the infrastructure, which is one of the big hurdles the stock exchange faces as it prepares to try to open on Monday.
Do you think that the exchange is now confident that it's going to be able, as they say, to complete transactions? They're going to rehearse on Saturday, right?
They're going to rehearse on Saturday. What they'll do tomorrow, and they say they'll do throughout the weekend, is test the technical connectivity, right? Can they receive orders from outside the exchange saying, we want to buy or sell stock? And can they send a message back saying, yes, we received your message and we completed your transaction? So that's one of the things they're going to be testing tomorrow.
You were with Nick Grasso, who is the CEO of the New York Stock Exchange, and I just wonder if you asked him some of the questions. Has he had any expression of concern from not the great institutional investors, but smaller investors about what's happening to their portfolios?
Dick Grasso is He's got a real warrior attitude about this, Peter, and I don't know that he has spoken with individual investors directly, but one of the things he talks about in talking about, I think what he feels is his responsibility to open the financial market, the New York Stock Exchange, as quickly as possible, is that 85 million people in America own stock. So they have ownership in the stock exchange from his point of view, and he thinks for that reason, and because it's a symbol of international capitalism, we've got to get that stock exchange up and running as soon as possible.
Now, I know he's not a stock analyst, at least in a public sense, but is he at all concerned about the effect of the trading on the international markets in terms of opening here on Monday, or general financial economic pressure from the rest of the world?
Dick doesn't go there in terms of what he wants to talk about. I think what he's principally concerned about is, will they be able to handle the flow of orders? Will the stock exchange have the kind of the systemic integrity to deal with a surge of trading, for example? If there's a wave of patriotic buying or a surge of panicked selling, neither of which I think we're going to see to an extreme, will they be able to handle it? And beyond that, he's worried about the safety and security of his own employees there.
Now, you know that the consumer confidence level is pretty low, the lowest it's been in many years in general terms, even before this crisis struck the country. There have been some numbers from the government today which are here and there on the general state of the economy before it happened. Can you bring us up to date on those?
Well, those numbers, particularly the consumer confidence numbers, are a tricky one, Peter, because some of those consumers who were interviewed before this occurred.
Precisely.
So, and before this occurred, we knew that we had an economy that was fragile, that was growing very slowly, that was on the verge of recession. And while economists disagree about whether this will tip us into recession or not, I don't think there's any question, as witnessed by the kinds of things we hear from retailers, from the airlines, and from others, that consumers have been quieted this week. That beyond their feelings about the economy, they're in no mood to shop.
Let me ask you an airline question. Boeing today said quite publicly they were worried about their orders for 2002.
This is shaping up to be one of the worst years, maybe the worst year in aviation history. If, as we reported earlier on our air, there are major airlines which are contemplating dire financial straits, any orders they've placed for new airplanes are in doubt. That would hurt Boeing's business.
And then there was an estimate, or a revised estimate from General Electric about its earnings.
General Electric, which has been such a stalwart of the economy, which has consistently produced growth, did say today that it expects to have $400 million in insurance losses. General Electric, which we think of as an industrial conglomerate, is also in the financial services business. It's among the many companies that insured the World Trade Center and the 4 aircraft that were hijacked to perpetrate the attack.
Anything else you'd like to add? You look at your notes.
I think that'll do it for now.
That's
Peter.
okay for now. Many thanks, Betsy Stark, on the general state of the economy. We're now joined by Bob Hormats, Robert Hormats, the Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs International. Nice to see you again, Bob.
Be with you, Peter.
Let me ask you, what do you think the effect of these attacks will be on the U.S. economy?
Well, as you and Betsy were discussing, the economy was weakening even prior to this tragic event. I think this will cause it to weaken still further. Consumers will be much more cautious. They're staying home, they're watching TV, they're not spending. And even after the coverage is over, they're going to be more cautious just about the overall economic outlook. America's demonstrated that it, like other countries, is vulnerable. And I think there will be, in a way, a sort of a terrorist tax. People are going to be more concerned about spending money and will sort of hoard their money, keep their money, and be cautious for a period of time.
I wonder, on the other hand, whether or not there might be a patriotic factor, that people are very aware now of the state of the economy, not that they weren't before, want the country to be strong, want the country to be reinvigorated.
You're right, and I think that the real key to the economy is not so much this event. This event is clearly bad for the economy. The real key to the economy going forward and the market going forward is how we respond to these tragic events. First, the government, the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, is creating more liquidity. That's a plus. The government is, the lockbox for Social Security money is open. They're going to use a lot of that money for reconstruction to stimulate the economy. And also the American consumer. Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki have both made the point for New Yorkers, the best thing you can do is start living a more normal life again. Go out, spend money, work, participate in the normal things that you would do prior to this crisis. And if the average American goes back to a more normal way of living quickly, I think that will give the economy a boost, and that will be very helpful to the overall spirit of our society and to the economy itself.
Now, there has been, to put it simply, a major disruption in commerce and in communications and in transportation. Take that into account.
That is really one of the big problems going forward, how much disruption has occurred and whether we can overcome it. There's been disruption in communications, airline, transportation, telecommunications, the markets, a lot of disruption, physical disruption, and also a lot of psychological disruption as people become more cautious and don't do what they normally would do. That will be, in the short term, disruptive to the overall economy. The other issue that looms larger down the road is if we do get involved in military actions in the Middle East or in the general area of the Middle East, what's the impact on oil? And that's going to be something that will affect the overall economy, and investors will take a look at with a note of caution down the road.
Now, as the Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs International, what is your anticipation when the markets open on Monday? I'm not looking for advice, I'm just looking for your anticipation.
It's awfully hard to predict. I think that if you'd asked me a day or two ago, I would have said that because international markets had stabilized, that would be a cue for the American investor. And I still think, even though there was some weakening of markets toward the end of today, the American investor has had time to reflect on this. The American investor has seen that there will be a weakening of the economy, no question about that, but also seen this remarkable spirit of resilience in this country and the government taking the appropriate actions. And I think that will lead to a somewhat more positive outlook than otherwise would have been the case. But it's awfully hard to predict where the market will open. It's going to be volatile for a period of time. I think that's a reasonable prediction.
But if you were making a neutral, and very hard in the financial world, I know, but if you were making a neutral recommendation about the state of the economy, you clearly would tell people to go spend money.
Well, I would certainly say that you should not let this current event, this horrible act, disrupt your economic activities over the medium term. One of the goals of these terrorists was to disrupt the American economy. That's why they went for the World Trade Centers. It's really right at the heart of the American economy and the American financial and trading system. So the way to resist that and overcome that is for Americans to get back, become more normal about the way they do business. And I think that will take this economy down the road in a more positive way. And therefore, I think in medium term, we will probably have a stronger economy than appears to be the case right now.
And surely, given all of the patriotism you've seen in the country today and the commitment all across the land to get the country moving again, the United States is not going to be seen by the rest of the world as anything less of a safe haven, right?
Absolutely. That is really the critical point, Peter. This will change the American economy in the near term. But the great strength of this economy is the resilience of the American people and the strength of our institutions. And we still, when you look at this country from the rest of the point of view of the rest of the world, we still have a very, very strong set of economic institutions, a very entrepreneurial society, and a very resilient people. And I think those three things are going to make foreign investors who may be a little cautious in the near term continue to regard this country as a great safe haven and the place you want to put your money. And I think for Americans, the same thing. These institutions have been developed over 200 years. They're strong, they're resilient, they've taken us through tough times, and the American spirit's taken us through tough times, and we can overcome this as we have in the past.
Bob Hormats, the Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs International, thanks very much. Nice to see you again. Now we go to Washington because ABC's Pierre Thomas, who's been covering the investigation, plural, has news. Pierre?
Yes, Peter, we've just been giving the following information by the Justice Department. A material witness warrant has been issued for a suspect in the investigation. We have not been told where this person is or if this person is in custody yet. We're being told that this information is under seal, which means it is secret. Let me explain what a material witness warrant is. That is a warrant that is issued when it's demonstrated that a person has information that is highly relevant to a criminal investigation and when there is a risk of flight, a high risk of flight, Peter. Again, this has just come out. A material witness warrant has been issued. We're checking now to see if this person is in custody, and if so, where.
And that, of course, is the key question. It is possible if this man is in custody at the moment, he is being held under immigration rules which allow the government to hold someone pretty indefinitely without any charge.
True, Peter, but this is a step beyond the immigration detention. And what I mean by that is this is a warrant specifically to hold this person because they have highly relevant information and are at high risk of flight. So this is specific to the investigation, but not a generic charge simply just to hold them.
No, I understand that, but the point I'm making is this person may already be in custody and may already be being held under the immigration rules.
Absolutely, Peter. You're right.
Okay, thanks, Pierre Thomas, very much. That is the key question, and we'll pursue that one. Is this person in custody already, or is it somebody they're out there looking for? Now, we get back to the families. We never drift far from this anxiety for the families. And on the subject of one more amazing story, I must tell you, from Connie Chung, here she is. Connie?
Thank you, Peter. Peter, we've been hearing all too many stories about loss of life, but this one, I must say, is truly extraordinary. It was Tuesday, September 11th, 8:50 a.m. Ron Clifford stepped into the lobby of a hotel at the base of the World Trade Center's North Tower. In that split second, he cheated death and then stepped into a nightmare. A chain of coincidences so horrific, so improbable, that it seems beyond comprehension.
There was an incredible explosion and a haze of what I thought at the time was diesel fuel. I found out later it was aviation fuel. And through the haze, I saw this silhouette of a woman walking in through the doors where I had been just a few seconds before.
Right where he had been standing, the woman was almost incinerated by burning fuel from the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, which had just hit the Trade Center's North Tower. It was a wonder she was alive.
Her clothes were burnt to her body. Her face was completely burnt. Her eyes were barely open. Her hair was melted on her head, if you can imagine that.
Clifford doused her with water from a restroom, and a hotel manager administered oxygen from a first aid kit.
She thought she was going to die, and she wanted to pray, so I prayed with her, still screaming and hoping that an emergency worker would come and help us.
Do you think you saved her life?
No, I think she saved my life, which is amazing, because while we were on the floor, there was a second explosion.
It was the second plane, United Airlines 175, hitting the South Tower. They tried to run as others, panic-stricken, ran too. But miraculously, the crowd parted for them.
People were horrified, Connie. Looking back, they saw how burnt this woman was, and they made way for us. So in that respect, I think she saved my life by me being with her, and I figured like running saved her life. We ran to the other side of the street. There were EMS crews waiting to accept her.
Was she able to say anything to you before you left her?
I told her that she just had to live. And just, that's the way I felt.
But if he thought his ordeal was over, for Ron Clifford and his family, the true horror was only beginning. That morning, did you know that your sister was flying to Los Angeles?
No. In the back of my mind, I thought she went the day before.
Ron Clifford's sister, Ruth McCourt, was looking forward to a reunion with old friends in Los Angeles. A vivacious and creative woman, she was born in Ireland and had come to the U.S. as a teenager, partly to get away from the violence there. David McCourt is Ruth's husband.
She had a beautiful Irish brogue. She walked with such grace and dignity. And I knew that I wanted this woman as a part of my life.
On this trip to Los Angeles, she was going with her best friend, Paige Farley Hackle, and one other, Ruth's 4-year-old daughter, Juliana, who had been promised a visit to Disneyland.
If you saw a picture of her, that speaks 1,000 words, with her smile and her fun-loving nature. And people were awed by her beauty. And we couldn't pass anywhere and say, what a gorgeous, beautiful child you have.
The night of September 10th, Ruth and Juliana stayed over at Paige's house outside Boston, preparing for their departure the next day.
She called at 9:30, and they were playing together on the bed, and Juliana wanted to say goodnight to Daddy. I'm real happy, Daddy, and I miss you, and I'll be seeing you soon, okay, Daddy, and I love you. And I said, I love you too, Juliana.
The next morning, unbeknownst to her brother Ron, Ruth, Juliana, and her friend Paige headed for Boston's airport. How did you find out that your sister had indeed flown to Los Angeles?
When I got home, I got a call from my brother Spence telling me that Paige Farley's plane had crashed into the World Trade Center.
Your sister's best friend.
Correct.
It was the first plane to hit the trade towers, American Airlines Flight 11, the explosion that turned the woman Ron had helped into a human torch. And now, for Ron Clifford, horror over the death of his sister's friend turned to agonizing doubt about the fate of his sister. But there seemed to be hope. Ron learned from Paige's husband that, amazingly, Ruth was not on her friend's doomed flight. Before boarding American, she had dropped Ruth and Juliana off at United. Why didn't these best friends fly together? Paige had booked a flight on American. Ruth and Juliana used frequent flyer miles on United.
I thought Ruth was safe because she took United. I called American Airlines to see if Ruth was on American, because I figured, I hope she didn't switch. And she hadn't. She wasn't on the manifest. They said she wasn't.
Ruth's husband, David, was at work in his Connecticut office when he heard about the disaster.
And it shocked me, and I again, did not have, I had concern, but I had no concern about Ruth. I just didn't connect it.
I called David, and David said that Ruth had an 8 o'clock flight out of Boston. So I wanted to just find out where Ruth was. I called her cell phone. I couldn't get in touch with her.
Ron was concerned, asking me what flight she was on. I said, Ron, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. And then I went up and pulled in her computer file and got the flight of 175. And I said, Ron, I think we're okay at 175. And Ron started crying. He said, David, I think we're in trouble. Because it said a United flight from Boston. What time did it leave? And I said, 8 o'clock. He says, oh my God. And then I knew I was in trouble.
David, flight 175 has crashed. Ruth was on board.
That's what you told David?
That's what I told David.
At that point, I remember seeing the second plane hit the towers, and that was the plane that she was in. And I still couldn't believe it. And Ron and I just started crying.
Two best friends, as close as sisters, and in a bizarre coincidence, each was on a plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. Ron, tell me about your sister.
She was just the most brilliant sister anybody could imagine. She loved life, loved people, loved to bring out the best in people.
What did you love most about Ruth?
It just wasn't one thing, Connie. She was every man's dream to have a soulmate, a person that was your friend you could talk to. She was understanding.
And for David, there is the added grief of losing a daughter, Juliana, the child who wanted to be just like her mother. Their house is so quiet now, but Juliana somehow seems present. Her father can't bear to look at her photographs.
I'll never be able to see this child again. This child will never be in my life. And I can't look at it. She was so beautiful. And it's a way of almost denying, but it's the only way I can cope at this point.
But what about the other woman in this story? The woman Ron Clifford led to safety, even as his niece, sister, and her friend perished in the sky above him. Tonight, Jenny Ann Maffeo is in critical but stable condition in the burn unit of a New York hospital. And Ron Clifford is left to wonder what brought them together that terrible morning and saved both their lives. Perhaps it was fate and something more. There is such an extraordinary sequence of events, and the timing and the juxtaposition is just beyond belief.
I think when I was on the floor, maybe saying the Lord's Prayer with this woman, when the second plane hit, I've gone back to that's where I was when the plane hit. And just in a strange way, I think that maybe Ruth guided me out of there.
A memorial for Ruth and Juliana will be held tomorrow. Meantime, David McCourt has set up a foundation in honor of his daughter. It's called the Juliana Valentine McCourt Children's Educational Foundation. Its goal, to teach tolerance and understanding to children at an early age. Sounds like a great idea, Peter.
Thanks very much, Connie Chung. There will be so many memorial services in the country, and we're going to stay focused on the children for a moment. Because tomorrow on ABC at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock on the West Coast, when we assume that on a Saturday morning many children are just getting up and are with their parents, we're going to have a special called Answering Children's Questions. We have done it before at times of crisis, and we are going to do it again. And we hope that it will be helpful, both to children and to parents. In preparation for that, and we very much invite your questions to abcnews.com, Elizabeth Vargas has been talking to some of the most vulnerable, the children.
At York Prep School on Manhattan's Upper West Side, administrators believe at least 12 children have relatives who are missing in Tuesday's attack. One child's father is already presumed dead. Dozens still cannot go home because home looks like a war zone. Every one of these 6th and 7th graders is struggling to make sense of the inexplicable, to find safety in a frightening new world.
I used to think of New York City as one of the safest areas in the world, but now it's like everybody's talking about it, and it's creepy to think that if you're in one place, something really bad could happen to, and it's just really sad.
Now I'm really, really scared for everybody I know and myself.
I felt, when I heard of it, I'm like, God, this is something out of a bad movies. Please someone tell me it's joking. It's like, how can airports allow box cutters, knives for people to hijack planes?
When I see it on TV, when I see the buildings collapse, I think that this is a dream, it's not real, because those two were like the pride of New York City. And now they're gone, and I really don't like it. And the terrorists, why would they do such a thing? It's just, I don't like it, it's horrible.
What would you ask the terrorists, the people who did this? If you had the chance to ask them a question, what would you ask them?
Why do they want to kill, like, people and innocent people? I mean, it's wacko already. I mean, blowing up the Twin Towers, what is that gonna do?
Did it make you feel good doing it? Like, were you sad? Were you like, woo, we're gonna kill the Americans?
I would ask them, like, why they don't have a heart and why, like, what did the people in the Twin Towers do to them?
What do you think should happen to the people who did this?
I think they should pay for what they've done to the Twin Towers, the Pentagon, and the other places they bombed. I think they should catch Osama bin Laden or assassinate him.
You do?
Yeah.
You think we should try and kill him?
Yeah.
What about everybody else? What do you guys think in the back?
It was a bad thing, and they should also pay, and I think they have to be bad to the bones to don't feel any mercy for the people that died there, that were working, happy. And when they see an airplane coming to the building, it must be horrible. I think they should die, very slowly, and feel the same pain at the other people that were lost on Tuesday.
I don't think that bombing them or killing them will do any good to us, because then it could just like start another war, and then we'll be in deeper trouble. And also, we can't really put them in jail or bring them to justice until we know who they are.
If we do go into war, I am worried about war because war is horrible, but if we do go into war, I have no fear that this country will lose, only fear that we will lose men.
I feel so uneasy. It's just, I mean, starting another war, like, I just thought that I would live my life without having to go through any war. But it's gonna start. I know it probably will.
If you guys had one wish, about all of this, what would it be?
I don't know how, but like everything could be okay again.
That a lot of people's lives will be saved, and war isn't the only answer, and we can work this out. I wish that I could rewind time, so everything would be back to normal again. Twin Towers would be built. No one has died, and the terrorists have not thought of a plan yet.
Some stunning questions, some stunning perspectives from the children, a prelude to what we'll try to do for a considerable period of time tomorrow, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Pacific Time. We're joined now by Dr. David Spiegel, who is a professor of psychiatry at Stanford University in California. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Spiegel.
You're most welcome, Peter.
You worked with children to a huge extent. I've worked with children to a modest extent. But what I think I hear from many of those children, not all tonight, are a reflection of their parents' attitude. Do you pick up the same thing?
Well, certainly. I think the children's comprehension of the incomprehensible is actually stunningly good. But notice how the children concentrate on the emotion. Why don't they have a heart? What are they feeling? And children are very astutely attuned to emotion.
And they appear to have a universal feeling about let's stay away from war.
Yes, I was struck by the lack of a cry for vengeance. Justice maybe, but I think sometimes we should listen to our children.
Can I ask you, how serious a crisis do you think this is for children, or does it just depend on many factors, including the relationship children have with their parents?
Well, I think it's a terrible thing for all of us. It's hard enough for us adults to comprehend it. I think it does shatter the sense of security that we want children to have. We want them to feel that the world is just, and children are relatively helpless. and they use justice as a way of making the world a controllable and comprehensible place. We teach them that if they do good things, if they're kind to people, that they will have a good and safe life. And things like this are a very stark reminder that we don't control the world around us entirely, and that that is not always the case. So it shakes children very deeply, as it shakes us.
So how do you go about convincing children, or should I say acknowledging to children, that the world is not a just place, but that they can make it more of one?
Well, I think acknowledging is a good point, Peter, and ironically, the degree to which we're upset by it, I think, is something we need to share with our children. Many people feel they need to be strong and not show children how upset they are. I think that's a mistake, because when children are very attuned to the emotional state of their parents and family, we don't want them to feel separated from us. So it's important to have the same feeling, and also for children to see that we don't think the world is going the right way now, and we would like it to be different ourselves. If we appear too calm and accepting, it's confusing to children.
What about
this is an upsetting time. Sorry.
My apologies. What about the television factor in all of this? We've all seen the horrible images. I know this pertains differently depending on the age of the children, but is there any universal notion about violence and television in children in this instance?
Well, I don't know that there's any universal notion. I'm troubled about the amount of violence that children see anyway. But here, the problem is that it is all too real and vivid. I think what parents need to do, it's hard to insulate children from it, but they need to be with them and talk with them about it so that the child doesn't feel isolated and alone with their reactions, but has an opportunity to try to put them in perspective with their parents and to not feel alone with it. I think having a sense of community within the family is a critical way of parents helping children to deal with these terrible images.
Now, we both know that a sense of community is not the case in many American families. So how do teachers and other people in the community who are exposed to children, and please include parents in this answer, pick up the signs of serious or potentially serious trauma?
Well, I think clearly all of us are disrupted this week, and for the immediate future, business can't quite go on as usual. I think the kinds of children as well as adults who may be in trouble are the kinds who over the coming weeks either become sort of very much who turn inward, who can't relate to their peers, who don't talk very much about what's going on, who seem rather numb and detached. That can be a setup for trouble later on. And then there will be some children who had emotional or other problems before this all happened, who will be made worse by it. Children who have been through other trauma, who've been in automobile accidents or other kinds of traumatic situations, will have their memories of the earlier trauma stirred up by what they're seeing on television, and they need special attention as well.
When we're talking about children, which we are doing, I realize, in very general terms, what ages are we talking about? We've just seen children who are pre-teens there. Do the same rules apply to teenagers, or must one be somewhat more sophisticated?
Well, I think the problem with teenagers are at that age where in many ways they're adult, they have a great deal of cognitive ability, but at the same time, they're in some ways emotionally, they still have great needs for help and support, needs they're not comfortable with. And so teenagers will often want and need help that they won't accept because they feel they should be able to handle it on their own. So I think one has to approach it a little differently and be available, offer help when you can, but expect that often teenagers would rather talk with their peers. Certainly the school setting can be very helpful, and in many schools, teachers and school administrators have devoted most of their time this week to just discussing what has happened and what the feelings are around it, and I think that's a very constructive thing to do.
It does remind me just a little bit about the Challenger disaster, when the discussion of the loss of the country's astronauts became absolutely priority number one. The discussion became priority number one in the nation's classrooms.
Yes, and particularly the fact that there was a teacher on the shuttle made it very much a riveting issue for children. But I think it's very important that we recognize that in the immediate short-term future, the only thing any of us are really dealing with is this terrible tragedy. And I think our best chance in the long run for carrying on well is to handle the emotional and cognitive toll that a tragedy like this takes and do it together so that we're all, as a community, grieving and dealing with the loss.
I could listen to you for a long time, but I confess we must move on. I just want to ask you one last question.
Sure.
A little girl, I think it was a girl, who said that if and when the perpetrators of this are found, she or he believes that they should be assassinated. What would you tell a child who said that?
Well, I would say I can understand how you feel that way. And, you know, the nice thing about being a child is that you can give play to your fantasy and it doesn't have real consequences. And I would simply say, I'm not sure that's the right thing to do, but I can certainly understand why you would feel that way.
So the point... I'm sorry. The point is... I apologize again.
That's right.
The point is not to disagree with your children. The point is to absorb what your children are feeling and enable them to be able to say it.
Exactly. To absorb it, to respond to it, to acknowledge the validity of feelings, even if you would not approve of the action that would follow the feelings. Feelings are things that just happen to us, and events like this elicit very strong feelings. I wouldn't criticize a child for having a feeling. I would acknowledge it and be glad the child is willing to share it with me.
The eternal rules apply. Respect your children.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks very much, Dr. David Spiegel, psychiatrist from the Stanford University in California. Very grateful to have you this evening.
Glad to do it, Peter.
Thanks, Dr. Spiegel, very much. Now let's go back to the streets of New York. I was going to tell you about that program one more time. Tomorrow. It's 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Pacific Time. I, to be perfectly honest, don't know whether Dr. Spiegel is joining us tomorrow, but I hope we have someone just as good. Cynthia McFadden on the streets of New York. Cynthia?
Well, Peter, standing out here on this street corner tonight in New York City, no rain, people with candles, people with American flags, people handing out food. It's almost enough to make you believe and to hope that perhaps someone will still be brought out of that wreckage. Standing out here, this place, this edifice where families are going to find loved ones makes you want to believe. But it has been a difficult day, as you can see.
It's been a rough day for the rescuers. Today's driving rain turned the dust and plaster into a slippery concrete soup, making the already treacherous job of recovery even worse. Rescuers fear the water's weight added instability to an already fragile structure. Rain is said to help the sniffer dogs, but in this case, any scent was carried away in the wind. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani said trucks removed 10,425 tons of debris today, the only safe work to be done until the rain tapered off. The number of officially missing is unchanged at 4,763. Only 35 bodies have been identified so far. It's now been more than 65 hours with no victims recovered. The only patients seeking treatment are the rescuers, with breathing problems from the acrid dust or accidents caused by today's slippery conditions, and of course, exhaustion. 2 miles north of Ground Zero, another Ground Zero of sorts, the place where family and friends seek one last miracle: information. This father and his 4 children drove from Indiana to find their Katie.
Do you feel like it's making a difference, your being here?
It's making a difference for us, and we hope for Katie, and we just want her to know one way or the other that we're doing everything we possibly can.
In a city with so much sadness, there is still enough compassion left to embrace strangers united in grief.
From the Midwest, we've always thought of New York as a very cold and uncaring place, and we know that's not true. We know that's not true now. We just are overwhelmed.
Peter, I talked to rescuers today, early this morning and later this afternoon, who said with tears in their eyes that they had been down at the site all day working, that they were not going to give up, that they believed in their hearts that there were people still alive, trapped under the concrete, and they would not stop until they were ordered to do so.
Many thanks, Cynthia McFadden in New York tonight. We'd like to say that's a universal feeling at this crime scene tonight in New York, and perhaps the hope is there, but there's not a lot of confidence there tonight that many people are going to be found alive. We go to the investigation now. ABC's Pierre Thomas is with us from Washington. Pierre.
Peter, we now have additional information on that material witness arrest warrant which has been issued. We're being told by sources that the person who has been arrested has links to a relative of Osama bin Laden, There's no information that this person was involved in the attack, but because of that link to Osama bin Laden's relative and other links, they do feel that this person has highly relevant information, and they also say that they feel that he is a risk of fleeing the country.
Did they tell you where this material witness is at the moment?
Yes, he's being held in New York. The additional information we have is that he's one of the people detained at JFK yesterday, Peter.
Exactly. Thanks, Pierre Thomas. I wanted you to add that so that we could go to John Miller here. John, this is all part and parcel of these two incidents last night, one at Kennedy and one at LaGuardia Airport, which totally spooked the authorities here, which we reported for much of the evening, and then the FBI got kind of anxious about this morning.
Yeah, they dialed back on it this morning and released most of the suspects, but they've held on to this one individual. Today, at a press conference by the Port Authority police, they explained their rationale behind the raid and so on. And when they said they'd released all but one, they were pressed by reporters, why are you holding the one you're holding? And they were very circumspect, only saying, we have sufficient grounds to hold that person. That apparently relates to what Pierre is talking about.
Do you know anything more about the basis on which they're holding him?
Well, this was what we were told was one of the things that set off big alarm bells, which is, you know, they ran a lot of information through databases, and apparently the address he used up in Massachusetts is an address that was resided at by a Osama bin Laden brother who resides here in the United States. And of course, that raised everybody up, and they're trying to investigate beyond the address. Is there any personal connection?
Do we know that he had a fake ID when he tried to get on that aircraft last night? Or actually when he did get on the aircraft?
Yeah, and it's one of those things that is actually reversed. He had a fake ID that he presented to get on the aircraft, and then under questioning he produced a pilot's license, but the name on the pilot's license was different. And he explained that the false ID he was using was a relative of his, but that the pilot's license was his real name. And it turns out he really is trained and really is a pilot. But the identity he used to get on the flight is not his name.
Tom Webb, thanks. Anything else to add, by the way, on the investigation before we go on?
No, I think the material witness is the big development here, and they're being very circumspect about that. The material witness warrant, the instrument they used to arrest him and hold him, is sealed. So the details therein are something that they're not willing to share. When I pressed one of the people I spoke to tonight on, well, what is it that this witness could tell you of such value, he said, well, if he started talking, we could tell you that.
Thank you very much. Not funny at all, but ironic.
Yeah.
Thanks, John Miller, very much. The focus on Osama bin Laden is just overwhelming. It was even before the focus of this particular investigation began to narrow down to bin Laden, or at least associates in his organization, or at least people who've had some association with him in a looser way, who've been financed by him. There has been so much talk about Osama bin Laden in this country and the rest of the world for so long now. Here's ABC's Tom Jarrell.
It's paradoxical, but the terror organization Osama bin Laden heads has its roots 20 years earlier among the Afghan freedom fighters.
You need those who are dedicated, who are true believers, are ready to die for the cause.
Author and bin Laden expert Yonah Alexander is describing the guerrilla force armed and trained by the U.S., which drove Russia's mighty Red Army from Afghanistan, and today is considered the foundation of bin Laden's terror network, known as Al-QAEDA, the base. He is believed to have 3,000 loyal operatives in 55 countries around the world.
The enemy is in many places. The enemy is not looking to be found. The enemy is hidden. The enemy is very often right here within our own country.
Bin Laden himself, though, is still in Afghanistan, as he's been for years, protected by his very secret lifestyle. He's an elusive figure, says Patrick Hughes, who ran the Defense Intelligence Agency until 2 years ago.
The kind of detailed knowledge that we need about his immediate movements, his everyday activities, and his current location at any given time are very difficult to come up with.
Difficult, intelligence experts say, but not impossible. And since Tuesday's attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, the U.S. will accept greater risk, perhaps even engaging special operations forces. But there's even a risk in failure.
If you undertake an operation to try to take someone into custody and you fail, you further build on their legend.
After bin Laden was linked to the embassy bombings in East Africa, the U.S. launched cruise missiles at his suspected training camps in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. But the wily terrorist was untouched, and bin Laden vowed revenge, saying he would kill 100 Americans for every one of his followers who died. And according to Professor Alexander, this terrorist arsenal is unlimited.
The worst is yet to come. Today, we have the hijacking. Tomorrow, we're going to face super terrorism, biological, chemical, nuclear.
ABC's Tom Gerald on the subject of Osama bin Laden, which has consumed people in the intelligence community for, it seems, so long. And I come back to John Miller again because, as we've said before, you're one of the few reporters to ever have seen him in person. And we hear these assessments about the intricacy of his network and the emphasis on the fact that it's a very loose organization and may not indeed be directed on a daily basis or on a worldwide basis, but bin Laden. That people may associate themselves with bin Laden even without having any directives from him. And I know this is a very general layman's question. How hard do you think it's going to be to get him?
Oh, I think that's a real uphill struggle, and there's kind of three models of that. One, you do what we've already done, which is send in, I'd say we as the United States, send in 100 cruise missiles at a location where you think he is, and try and get him that way. Now, you know, there's a executive order that, you know, the United States does not engage in assassination, and they hedged the last time by saying we weren't trying to kill him, we were attacking his camp, essentially with a wink saying, and if he died in the process of that, that would have been fine. That didn't work. Then, of course, there is to pinpoint where he's going to be and do a surgical strike, because ever since that missile attack, he's been on the move, moving every 24 to 48 hours, never staying in the same place for longer than 2 days. The trouble is the level of intelligence they have is pretty terrific. They usually know where he is generally, but not enough for a strike like that. And certainly the ground assault idea, sending in a special forces team to go get him, even to bring him back, that requires the kind of intelligence, not just that you need to know where he is generally, but you need to know exactly where he is, and not just today, you need to know exactly where he is a week from Wednesday. And that is not the level of intelligence we have, because he operates so that he doesn't know where he's going to be a week from Wednesday.
And if the Taliban, which runs Afghanistan, this country which has been so consumed by violence for so long, continues to give him protection, as it pretty much acknowledges that it continues to do, even in the wake of this attack, is there any other country in the world in which it would be more difficult, or from which it would be more difficult to extract somebody than Afghanistan? I cannot imagine it.
We've been following this for 4 years, and the only other country, according to our information, that ever offered bin Laden a safe haven was Iraq. And that was after the U.S. missile attack on his camps, when it looked like there might be more attacks on Afghanistan, when it looked like the pressure was to the point that they might force him out. Saddam Hussein sent an emissary in the form of his a former diplomat of his to offer bin Laden a safe haven in Iraq. Difficult for bin Laden because he's not a big subscriber to Saddam Hussein.
He and Saddam Hussein at least have this reputation of not getting along, but ironically, Iraq is a far less secretive society in many ways than Afghanistan.
Very much so, and I think Iraq could offer bin Laden a lot of the things he needs. They have the things that the Taliban doesn't have. They have sophisticated communications. They have a much more sophisticated military complex. But I think that, I mean, as the fundamentalist he holds himself out to and seems to be, he's much more along the Taliban mindset.
Many thanks, John Miller. This takes us to the Pentagon, because there's no question that the issue of retaliation is on the table. And while we wait patiently, as the President urges, for the government to establish that Mr. bin Laden is more than just a general suspect at the moment, the question of retaliation and planning for it is very much on the table. ABC's John McCarthy is at his usual post at the Pentagon. John, how long, or for how long, has there been planning in the works to go after bin Laden if they can come remotely close to figuring out where he is?
Very serious planning for at least 3 years, Peter. Our information is that, in fact, the United States from time to time may have even sent covert teams into Afghanistan to scout the territory, to look for possible landing zones for some of our forces. The United States has surveilled Osama bin Laden and his activities using surrogates, using cutouts, people that the U.S. pays money to watch him. But he has proved very, very elusive. And the United States has even saddled up some operations, we have been told more than once, but to no avail. They've had to knock them down because the information has proved to be stale or the risk to American lives was too high. Now, it remains to be seen whether the new campaign will be willing to absorb a greater level of risk to go after him. That is one of the issues that they are struggling with right now, I'm sure.
There has been a lot of second-guessing in the last several days about the quality of U.S. intelligence. There's been a serious lack of confidence in the building in which you work, you told us last night. Do you see any change in that with what has happened in this investigation over the last couple of days?
Well, I'd like to qualify your characterization, if I could.
My characterization of what? Your remark last night?
Yeah, of my remark last night of the way the Pentagon looks at intelligence. I think that the United States does have confidence in most of the intelligence that it has been getting on Osama bin Laden. It is extremely difficult, and I think the people who are the consumers of intelligence in this building appreciate the difficulty of that. I think they also appreciate the difficulty of trying to penetrate an organization like this. There have been people, George Tenet, the director of the CIA, is one of them, who has been saying for a number of years we need to spend more money, more resources in human intelligence, putting people on the ground. It's very expensive. It takes years to penetrate organizations, and maybe you never could in an organization like Osama bin Laden's. The concern last night was that maybe the U.S. saw so little of this attack coming that there are large parts of it that are still out there. I think that was the loss of confidence in this period, that they have been unable to see it. Now, does that mean that we have a bad intelligence agency? I don't know. It may well be that we have an adversary that has proved far more elusive, far more intelligent and adaptive than anyone could have anticipated.
How far, John, from your perspective, because you cover both the intelligence community, excuse me, and the military community, how far is the United States behind in the quality of human intelligence? Because there's been a lot of talk about it this week, vis-a-vis where it needs to be at the moment.
It's a very difficult assessment. There has been an effort. The Defense Department has established a human intelligence agency of its own to try to put people on the ground in places that are of interest to the United States. But the CIA is the agency that has been the primary practitioner of running human agents in various parts of the world. It is... the United States is clearly behind. The CIA lost its momentum on human intelligence after the Cold War and after some of the scandals that hit the CIA. It has been reworked a number of times. Since George Tenet has come in, he has said we need to spend a great deal more time and energy on this issue because our technological resources are no longer able to get at some of the kinds of intelligence the United States needs. Osama bin Laden runs a very primitive organization in some ways and very sophisticated in others, and he has learned, don't get on the horn, don't talk on the phone, the CIA is listening.
It must be very hard to run a sophisticated organization from Afghanistan.
It must be, but if you plant the seeds, which is what he apparently does with these cells, and cast them out into the wind and let them grow, as we saw in the case of the team that went after the USS Cole. They were at that project for years. And clearly, this particular operation, I'll bet you it will turn out, after they have investigated it, that this has been in the works for many years.
I just one last question for you, then I want to talk to General Horner, but does the intelligence community, to the best of your knowledge, believe that this operation, or sense, give them that to you, sense that this operation may have been in the works for years and that it was under And the direct relationship to Osama bin Laden was there on a continuing basis. That's almost an impossible question. I realize that.
Who knows, Peter?
Yeah,
there has been evidence in some of the past terrorist strikes that there has been communication from the cells to either Osama bin Laden himself or to one of his primary lieutenants. And that has been one of the things that has led the United States to that organization in criminal prosecutions, as well as the intelligence trail on other cases. It may well have been that there was a decision made in this case not to do that kind of communication, because that's one of the things that tips off the United States.
Thanks very much, John. Excellent, as always, John McCarthy, our national security correspondent. To give him his real title in this new organization, because he covers the military and the national intelligence community. But he takes us now to former General Chuck Horner, retired General Chuck Horner, who is a familiar figure to ABC audiences, in part because he led the air war in the Persian Gulf. General Horner, everybody in the federal establishment has made the point of saying in the last couple of days that the United States may be after a single man, but it's also after a network, an extraordinary array of individuals who have it in for the United States. So in terms of retaliation, which is on everybody's mind in the country, even if you find out that you can make a direct connection to bin Laden, how on earth do you go about it?
Well, I think you have two problems. One is, how do you attack, say, bin Laden, get him, capture him, or kill him? That's one issue. Then you have the other issue, how do you stamp out these terrorist cells that are under bin Laden and other leaders in that part of the world?
Well, I invite your answers, sir.
Okay. Well, obviously, with regard to bin Laden, they've talked earlier about use of special operations forces to go in and snatch him, to use, say, B-2 bombers, where you could orbit overhead and have someone on the ground direct strikes against individual aim points. Or you could use a very large force and get embroiled in a war. I think the interesting thing on this point is that with the number of casualties in this horrible, horrible event, the idea of American lives being at risk and things like collateral damage that guided our actions so severely in Kosovo are off the table. I think the will is there on the American people to go ahead and take whatever action it takes to get the job done.
When you talk about a snatch operation, a special operations thing, I think on the one hand of some extraordinary successes the U.S. has had. I also think of the dreadful failure to rescue the hostages in Iran. Do you think the country's prepared for that?
I think they could handle that if it came to that, because you compare that against the thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent civilians who were killed in this attack. We're going to take chances where before we were unwilling to.
Now to the second part of your question. It is very often said by people who know the region, I guess I'm talking about everything east of the Mediterranean, not to mention other parts of the world, that you get a terrorist and you create another one.
Right.
What do you do with that?
You have a twofold approach. One is you deny the support they need through negotiation with governments that have terrorist camps in their countries. You attack people who are involved in this terrorist operations. But on the other hand, we must do something to mitigate the conditions in the Middle East that are creating these people who are willing to go out and die for their cause. We want to get some sense of normalcy back to that region so that people can learn to live together and have hope for their children in the future. And that's part of the real problem, is the hopelessness attendant to, say, the Palestinians at this time.
So I think you're also saying, General Horner, that in order to fight terrorism, and I may just be stating the absolutely obvious, you not only have to solve the Palestinian-Israeli question, contribute to a solution to the Arab-Israeli situation, and you have to begin to eradicate poverty in the Middle East and give people a new opportunity. That's an extraordinary task.
It's going to be an extraordinary job, and it's going to take a long, long time. But the alternative is continued terrorist actions to include things that we haven't even begun to see yet. Nuclear weapons, biological, chemical attacks, all of these things can figure into the equation.
I appreciate your presence again, General Horner. Thank you very much, and thanks, John McCarthy. And you're not allowed to go far. My colleague, John, one more question about bin Laden. And I realize this is a personal fascination for me, and I hope it is for many other people, because if not, we're boring them. It seems to me that the country underestimated for some period of time, or maybe certain people underestimated for a long time, just how smart this guy is.
I think so, and I also think that they didn't quite understand how he operated. I think they thought that he was, running a linear organization where he was the boss and there were a few cells and that was it. I think it took them a long time to realize that he's recruiting on a yearly basis from around the world, people from Italy, from France, from Germany, young men from all over who subscribe to his thinking, who come there and train in his camps for 6 months, learning an intelligence course that includes lessons in surveillance, counter-surveillance, collection of information, hidden photography, scouting locations, and they're taught to divide teams up. You people scout the locations, then you take your materials and charts, you give to the other people who actually plan the bombing, then there's the bombing team and the bomb technician. And of course, since he's not running an organization where it's just his team, but there's a new class coming in all the time, and when he's finished with the class, after they've been through the bomb tech and the intelligence course and everything, he sends them back to where they came from, essentially with the instructions, now you're trained. Go dream up an act that you want to carry out, no matter how terrible, and bring it back to us if you need help.
And there's one other thing we don't think of very much. There's a laboratory for violence right next door, because in the continuing conflict between India and Pakistan, there is Kashmir. And there is a constant struggle in Kashmir in which the Taliban and operatives, it is said, of Osama bin Laden have been participants for a long time. So they get to take their training and use it right away.
And this, of course, is the great conflict of interest with the Pakistanis, in our view, because for a long time there's been the feeling that Pakistani intelligence has been funneling people to bin Laden training camps to send them into Kashmir to represent Pakistan's interests. So there's so many layers in that end of the world.
Thanks, John. I hope there's been a lot of contributions from so many thinkers, John included, on this subject this week. But surely we all have a much deeper appreciation today than we had before Tuesday of how complicated the world is. Do you remember, by the way, before Tuesday? Think about it for a second. Here's ABC's Charlie Gibson.
It's June 2000, the beginning of summer. Elian Gonzalez is being returned to Cuba. President Clinton is meeting with Vladimir Putin. And two men, Mohammed Atta from Egypt and Marwan al-Shihi from the United Arab Emirates, have arrived in Venice, Florida, and want to be pilots. ABC correspondent John Miller.
So you have two guys getting here more than a year ago, intending to become qualified to fly airline jets, commercial aircraft.
They are apparently enthusiastic students. The first step is learning to fly Cessnas. Rudy Deckers owns Huffman Aviation.
These two gentlemen's case, I can't call them gentlemen, in these two animals' cases, they apparently were pilots and good pilots because they conducted the training and did the training and passed their license.
ABC correspondent Brian Ross.
People there say they were there almost every day. Other students in training to become pilots say they had lots of money, they had cell phones, they were very busy, but they also kept to themselves.
Later, they learned to fly jets and practiced their skills on simulators at an airport north of Miami.
They said they were going to fly for a rich man. They acted like they were rich and arrogant.
That rich man, authorities suspect, could well be the notorious terrorist Osama bin Laden. Then, a year later.
On or about August 25th, a reporter from the Middle East Broadcasting Company receives a tape of bin Laden in the desert in Afghanistan talking about what could be coming. Bin Laden is asked, "Are you aware your supporters say a significant surprise is coming for the U.S.?" And he smiles and says, "Yes."
September 9th, 2001, just 5 days ago, Atta returns a rental car to Pompano Beach, Florida. He's about to take a trip that will eventually get him to Boston. Early morning, September 11th. In airports around the country, people are getting ready to board what they expect will be routine flights. People like Tom Burnett, flight attendant Cece Lyles, and Mark Bingham. But according to authorities, several terrorists are getting ready as well in Newark, suburban Washington, D.C., and at Boston's Logan Airport, where they arrive so late, there's trouble parking.
Early that morning, there is a set to at the parking garage at the airport. 5 Arab men in a car and another man in a car have a dispute over a parking space.
Later, a treasure trove of evidence would be found in that car, evidence of the horrendous crime about to unfold.
They barely make that flight, and then they're off.
About 7:59 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 takes off from Boston's Logan International Airport bound for Los Angeles. It's not even half full, 92 people on board. Just 2 minutes later, United Airlines Flight 93 takes off from Newark Airport, bound for San Francisco, even emptier, only 45 passengers and crew. About 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77 leaves Dulles heading to L.A., 64 passengers and crew. And finally, at 8:14, United Airlines Flight 175 takes off from Logan, also heading to L.A., with 65 people on board. Within 20 minutes, 4 planes are in the sky, departing from 3 different airports, each with 4 or 5 hijackers on board. ABC News correspondent Lisa Stark.
We have no reason to believe that any of the flights were significantly delayed before they began what the passengers thought was going to be a routine cross-country journey.
Then chaos. American Airlines Flight 11 becomes the trip Mohammed Atta had been training to fly for more than a year.
It makes an unexpected turn, the transponder disappears.
The transponder normally allows controllers to identify the plane. Atta knows enough to turn it off, so it's just a blip on the radar screen.
They can track it, and they are tracking it down to Manhattan, but they're not sure, is the plane in distress? Is it trying to land at Newark? What's going on with this plane?
What's going on, according to authorities, is that Atta and his team, armed with knives and box cutters, have taken over the plane. A desperate pilot leaves his radio microphone open.
He was trying to let controllers know, to those who might be listening, maybe even other aircraft, that something was going on aboard that airplane. We do not know exactly what was heard, but that pilot was desperately trying to get word out that something was very, very wrong.
Within moments, air traffic controllers notice something is very wrong with United Flight 175. Instead of going west to California, it's now taken a U-turn over New Jersey and is heading north toward the World Trade Towers.
As this was dawning on the air traffic controllers, it was too late to really do anything about it. They were just starting to realize, oh my goodness, we have a second plane, a second jumbo jet heading for Manhattan.
But they don't send out a general alarm.
There doesn't seem to be the alarm bells going off, that the traffic controllers are getting on with law enforcement or the military saying, we're getting a squawk from a hijacked plane. So there's a gap there, that has to be looked at.
8:45 a.m., Flight 11 slams into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, hitting it at about the 100th floor of the 110-story building. 9:03 a.m., just 18 minutes later, United Flight 175 crashes into the South Tower at about the 90th floor. ABC News aviation consultant John Nance.
For an airplane to impact those buildings the way both of the airplanes did, the 757 Flight 11 and later the 767, means that whoever was at the controls knew an awful lot about what needed to be done and knew how to fly those airplanes.
2 planes have crashed, 2 more still in the air, and then more trouble. Flight 93, the plane that left Newark for San Francisco, tells controllers they want to change their flight plan.
All of a sudden, they have another rogue airplane on their hands. All they know is that the pilot or someone in the cockpit is requesting a clearance to Washington, D.C. I'm sure they were fearing the worst.
In the passenger cabin, the worst is happening. Hijackers have taken over. 1 passenger is dead. Several others use their cell phones to call home. Mark Bingham, in seat 4D, calls his aunt, Kathy.
Mark said, "Hi, Kathy, it's Mark. I just want to tell you that I love you, and I love you all. Just in case I never see you again, I'm on a plane, flight number 93 United, from Newark to San Francisco, and it's being hijacked."
Tom Burnett calls his wife, Dina, 4 times.
I told him about the World Trade Center, and he asked me information pertaining to that, asked if there were commercial airlines, and I said I didn't know. He said, well, they're talking about flying this airplane into the ground, and he hung up.
Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, it is all just an incredible event happening in New York. Charles Lewis.
Down in the command center, everybody was pretty much watching the footage from the Twin Towers and what was going on there in New York.
Minutes later, 9:40 a.m., the horror arrives at their doorstep. American Flight 77 slams into the Pentagon.
For about 20, 30 seconds, everything was just dark. It was just pitch black. And all you heard was people screaming for help. All you heard was walls falling, just the whole room, everything just coming down on top of us.
3 planes are down. Flight 93 is still flying, an erratic course 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Tom Burnett calls his wife on the cell phone one last time.
He told me they were getting ready to do something, and I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something. We're going to do something. And he hung up, and he never called back.
At 10 a.m., United Flight 93 crashes in flames in the Pennsylvania woods, killing all 45 passengers and crew on board, but missing what we now know could have been its real target, the White House. There could have been real heroes aboard who wrestled the plane's controls away from the hijackers. Now that the black box recorders have been found at both the Pennsylvania and Pentagon crash sites, maybe there will be answers about just what happened on those planes.
Maybe a very long time before the real answers to what happens on those planes. My thanks to Charlie Gibson one more time. Now focus for just a few minutes on all the communication, not the communication about Osama bin Laden, because this is first and continuingly foremost a story about people and their connections and their failure to make those crucial connections. Here's ABC's Deborah Roberts.
Peter, over the last few days, many of us have been wondering, what would we do if we knew our lives were about to end? Would we have the presence of mind to reach out and try to get messages to those who are left behind like these courageous people did?
You have 7 full messages.
They came from above, from the 101st floor, the 103rd, the skies at 35,000 feet. Precious phone calls. They may be the last time the voice of this husband, this son, this wife will ever be heard. Melissa Hughes called her husband from Tower 1.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
It's almost exactly 48 hours since I've heard from Melissa. She was on the North Tower, the 1 tower, and she was on the 101st floor.
Garth Feeney woke up his bride-to-be.
And I heard the phone ring, and I heard his voice on my machine saying,
"Wake up. Hello? Wake up. Hello?"
He was not frightened. You know, it was a feeling of like, you know, wow, I've been near this disaster. My God, that could have been me. And I heard a noise and turned around and saw the North Tower, which Garth was in. I saw that one collapse.
Gary Lutnick managed to call through choking smoke.
My brother was on the 103rd floor. He called my sister just after the plane hit, and he told her that he said that the smoke was pouring in. He was stuck in a corner office. There was no way out. and the smoke was coming in, and he's not good, and things were not good, and he's not going to make it. And he just wanted to say that he loved her, and he wanted to say goodbye, and tell everyone that he loved them.
Mark Bingham was on United Flight 93.
He said, I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco. It's been hijacked. There are 3 guys who've taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb. And I want to tell you that I love you. And I said, Mark, we love you.
Thomas Burnett Jr. was on the same flight.
My husband called 4 times, and the first phone call, he told me that he was on the airplane. They were in the air. There were hijackers on board, and he told me they were getting ready to do something. And I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something.
I believe strongly that Mark, and perhaps with the aid of these other passengers, was able to thwart these hijackers, and in doing so was able to save the lives of many people on the ground.
Jeremy Glick, also on Flight 93.
Jeremy had called from the plane. There was a sound of yelling and screaming, much as if you were on an amusement park ride where everyone yells and screams when you fall. I believe, and you'd have to know Jeremy, had accepted before this that death was imminent and he was going to die. And the question was how was he going to die? And the last sound that Richard heard was the phone falling off the seat.
They understand that their dad is dead and that he's not coming home. They asked if he was in heaven, and I said yes. And that they asked if he could talk to them on his cell phone.
Some extraordinary acts of courage and love. Peter?
Thanks very much, Deborah Roberts. The profound beliefs that parents have in their children, children have in their parents, and that under the most astonishing circumstances, people have in each other. This continues, of course, to be a saga, not just of suffering, but people trying to relieve suffering. Here's ABC's Chris Cuomo.
Between this white building and that black building were 2 tall towers, towers 1 and 2.
And this, just 3 blocks away, is tiny NYU Downtown Hospital, just 170 beds. But don't you dare call this hospital small. The doctors and nurses here are succeeding against all the odds. Dr. Ron Krennick is chief of orthopedic surgery.
We have no idea of how many casualties we actually have. You hit the emergency room floor, and all of a sudden 40 or 50 critically ill patients are coming into our hospital. We have to triage them rapidly. Plus, we don't know how many more are coming.
You're certainly not set up, although you can do it with your skill set. You're not ready to be taking in hundreds of people that are in a trauma state.
We took in about 370 people. And except for one person, everyone was stabilized, transferred, or corrected. No one turned their back. No one went home.
How long you been here, Doc?
Since the disaster.
Since Tuesday morning?
Yeah.
What has been the most difficult thing for you emotionally in dealing with all this?
I don't know how I'm going to put this past me. I don't know what I'm going to explain to my kids about what happened.
Again, you have to understand, we had 50 people within the first hour. We had no phones. We had no cell phones. Our computers were knocked out. We didn't know if we were going to get 500 more people or it was over.
Insurance broker Edward Nichols was on the 82nd floor of Tower 2.
He had a devastating injury. Doctors from 4 different specialties operated on him. We saved his arm.
How you doing, Mr. Nichols?
I was a real mess when I came over here, and I didn't know what was going to happen with my arm, and they were just terrific. I mean, they couldn't have been better.
Imagine after what you've been through, you're going to walk away.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, I have friends who I'm not so sure that's going to be the case.
There's more to the situation than just the patients that were coming in from the wreck?
Right. People aren't aware that there's a whole community down here that's stranded. This is Southbridge Towers, which we're going to now. There are approximately 5,000 people who live here, many of whom are elderly, over half.
The hospital is fighting on two fronts.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Dr. Bruce Logan even makes house calls,
Yes. I came back to see how you were.
delivering meals, medicine, and maybe most important, comfort.
They just sent some food. Look at this. I can't believe, like, I need food.
Back inside the hospital, Krinick describes one of the most severe injuries they've seen this week.
And you'll see a plate was placed into her leg.
But it wasn't only broken bones. It took 6 doctors 18 hours to save one woman's life, and they still didn't even know her name. Dr. Gerald Ginsberg is on the team.
Who is Jane Doe number 2? And the real trauma surgeons don't want to even think of these people as people, but I'm a plastic surgeon and everybody's personality is involved in what I make. Who is Jane Doe number 2? And she's sedated, she's got a tube in her mouth and she can't speak. And she's going, roar, and they say, who are you? And they give her a tap and it looks like she's written Debbie, M. And they get a telephone number. And then they say, Dr. Ginsberg, you call.
They find her fiancé, and there's one other person who needs to know Debbie's alive.
What she was saying in the recovery room was, mother, oh, mother. She needed her mother to know that she's alive. And still I haven't broken up. But when I tell Katie, can you find her mother? And speaking as a daddy and understanding that relationship, that was when the enormity of it just was overwhelming.
They were coming to a small hospital, but really, they were coming to the right small hospital.
Are you calling my hospital small? Do you know the book, The Little Engine That Could? And we are that little engine. We are that little hospital. And we're not going away.
We made it.
You're on.
Yep.
Don't you just love it? You calling my hospital small? I guess we forget. We're so accustomed to relying on people in the medical profession that sometimes we don't fully appreciate the depth of emotion that they have. And you've seen, not just there, but in many other instances today, the tremendous pressure that one medical person after another has been under in this city and, of course, at the Pentagon as well in the days since Tuesday. I'm going to pass the baton to Barbara Walters in a few minutes from now. It's just before 10 o'clock Eastern Time here in the United States, just before 7 in the West. We are going to do a children's program on the ABC network tomorrow morning at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific Time. But just before we leave, I want to try to catch up with the president. We last saw the president when he was in New York, and now he has returned to first Hagerstown, Maryland, where he landed just a short while ago from New York after getting a really strong and powerful greeting in the city tonight and making some very powerful and moving remarks about the rest of the country's faith in the people who are continuing to work so vigorously here in New York. And now he is going to go to Camp David in Maryland for the weekend. And our senior White House correspondent, Terry Moran, is here to talk briefly with us, Terry, about the weekend. Which brings, by the way, up the subject of Vice President Cheney, who's been working out of Camp David. We haven't heard very much about him in the course of this week, which I suppose makes sense.
That's right, Peter. They've been concentrating on separating the president and the vice president. This weekend, the entire national security team will be at Camp David in order to discuss, we are told, the investigation, the process of that, the response of the government to this emergency, and all the options for the response. But it struck me just looking at the president there, he looked a little weary. And you were talking about the pressure that medical personnel face in a very different way, of course. This president facing tremendous pressure as well. And it's been a very emotional day for him as well. One thing that happened off camera, excuse me, that illustrates that, he met with families in New York City, of the victims of the attacks off camera. No cameras allowed. And at that gathering, we are told, of many, many people who were brought to a staging area there, a woman named Arlene Howard came up to him in front of all the families. Her son, George Howard, was a Port Authority emergency response team member who was killed on Tuesday. They found his badge and presented it to her that night. And there at the Javits Center, in front of all the other victims, she walked up to the president and gave him her son's badge and said she wanted him to have it. So you can imagine the kind of natural human emotional toll that takes on the president, who has so much responsibility in the general and vast sense, to be faced with the specific tragedy individually like that.
On the subject of pressure on the president, how much has he been able to rely this week, or do we know, on Vice President Cheney? I know the Vice President has been sifting through a lot of security and other intelligence matters up at Camp David. I know he's been involved in a lot of phone calls with a lot of people, but do we know specifically what he's been doing?
We know a couple of things. We know, obviously, that Vice President Cheney was an integral member of this administration from the get-go, right, and that didn't change. From the beginning, he was handling the emergency situation on Tuesday morning. We are told by a senior administration official that it was his call to the president saying you cannot come back to Washington at this point that convinced President Bush, who wanted to come back, we're told, to stay away. Vice President Cheney also has had a lot to do with Congress in its response. As the liaison to Congress, he helped shape the congressional response, the appropriations, and the resolution of force issue. And as a former Secretary of Defense in a war situation, he obviously has been gathering a lot of raw intelligence. He's asked to see it, to monitor the security situation, and help advise on what the appropriate response should be. So he has been playing a very important role.
Thanks very much, Terry Moran, our senior White House correspondent. And as for private time, as for family time, I'm told that at Camp David tonight there are going to be two separate dinners. One is again going to be a working dinner, one is going to be for the spouses, but the president has not had much time for his family, so there may be, in the next couple of days ahead, some important opportunities for family time. As we all know, it's necessary for all of us. I'm Peter Jennings. Barbara Walters will be along in just a couple of minutes from now. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Yeah, water for now. Water and Gatorade.
When the rain's not helping at all. But, you know, we're here to do what we can do. And, you know, God bless America. So I
do not know nothing.
It's just not knowing what's going to happen. And I just want him to walk through that door and make everything go away.
There are moments in history in which one has to take side, and fully and without any kind of ambiguity, I think we have to stand with the American institutions and American people and American government.
I'm very sorry about what happened, and me as a Palestinian kid, I'm totally against this terrorism in New York and in Washington.
And on behalf of Cincinnatians everywhere, I have proclaimed Cincinnati Day of Prayer.
Yes, our nation has been attacked, buildings destroyed, lives lost. But now we have a choice, whether to implode and disintegrate emotionally and spiritually as a people and a nation, or whether we choose to become stronger.
breaks down, we'll hear all of us soon.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting from New York, Barbara Walters.
Good evening. I'm sitting in for Peter Jennings, who is tirelessly for 4 days. It's dark now in New York City, but for the fourth night in a row, the spot where the twin of the World Trade Center once stood is people sing. Hope is dimming that any of them has survived. Night and day, the search goes on. Huge moving machines appear as tinker toys, dwarfed by the remains of concrete, steel, and humanity. The windows that once looked out onto the vitality of the city now frame a very different landscape. Hard hats and firefighters, rescue teams and man's best friend, all sifting carefully through the wreckage, hoping for a sign of life. We had a little microphone problem, which was why I was breaking up. And I'm just going to put another microphone on now. And we'll continue. So what we're going to do right now is take a quick look at what happened today. Rescuers in New York faced new obstacles this morning. Steady rain and high winds hampered the search. Families continued to look for their loved ones, even as the number of those missing or presumed dead rose to over 4,700. A memorial service was held at the National Cathedral in Washington. 4 former presidents all coming together, looking for ways to express their sorrow and support.
Just 3 days removed from these events, Americans do not yet have the distance of history. But our responsibility to history is already clear: to answer these attacks and rid the world of evil.
The world mourned with the United States, a moment of silence in Paris, and a prayer service in London. And here at home, people were patient. Many waited on long lines, still trying to get home. Meanwhile, the FBI revealed more about the suspected terrorists.
Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released a list of 19 individuals who have been identified as hijackers aboard the 4 airliners that crashed on Tuesday. The FBI requests that anyone who may have information about these individuals, even though these individuals are presumed to be dead.
The president declared a national emergency and signed an order to call up 35,000 reserves to enhance security. By mid-afternoon, Mr. Bush was in New York to get a first-hand look and to thank those who have been working tirelessly.
USA! USA! The nation sends its love and compassion.
God bless America!
To everybody who is here. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making the nation proud. And may God bless America.
And at the end of this day, the sun came out again, the nation united in its will to recover. As we said, there are still more than 4,000 people unaccounted for in this tragedy. Cynthia McFadden has the latest on the search and rescue and recovery effort. And Cynthia, you are at the Armory. Tell us what's going on there, please.
Yes. Barbara, we're here. Barbara?
Yes, Cynthia, I hear you. You're at the Armory now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know it's difficult.
We're here with a family bother. Yeah, it's very noisy out here. In fact, we had a little break and an opportunity to walk around the neighborhood, and it's just extraordinary. As one police officer said, he wished that every day could feel this cozy in New York, because people are really trying to support one another, and these families being here, their presence, I think, is humbling to everyone.
Cynthia,
With me is
Cynthia, tell me what you're doing at the Armory. Why are you there? Why are these families there?
Well, there are really two main reasons, Barbara, apart from just the kinship of being with people who are also suffering. The families come here for two very important reasons. The first is to officially register their loved one as a missing person. This is the only official location to do that, so families have to come here and fill out a form in order for their loved one to count as a missing person. The second reason to come here is to check what families call the list of people who have been found and have been treated in hospitals. And so families come here for those two important reasons. They stay inside the Armory behind me. I think you can just see it, this gray building. 2,000 or more people are inside now. You go downstairs, Barbara, grief counselors escort the families downstairs to look at the list. It's a very somber but very supportive environment. And joining me here are the Williams family. Crosley Williams' father, Crosley Williams Sr., is here with me, and his brother. Mr. Williams, are you still hopeful?
Very hopeful. I continue to search and hope that I'll find my son very soon.
Tell us what you want us to know about your son.
He's a very loving and kind son, and it's very painful to be talking about him now, but I know he's somewhere, and I'm searching, hoping someone will see this picture and call me and tell me where to find him.
Now, you're his brother. Tell us, you heard from Crosley after the first plane struck.
No, we didn't. I didn't hear from him, but he spoke with my mother and my stepfather after the first building was struck. And before he got off the phone, he was getting ready to leave. We spoke to a co-worker of his, and that they were coming down, and we haven't heard from him after that.
He actually said that he saw people.
Yes, he saw two individuals coming out of the building, and after that, he was getting his belongings to get out of the building, and my stepfather told him to call him as soon as he get out, and we haven't heard from him. We've called his cell number and no response.
He actually saw people who were thrown from the building.
He saw two people coming out the window when he called me, and at the time, myself and my wife Valerie told him to leave the building, and he said he was leaving and he'd call us, and that's the last time we spoke to him. Yeah.
Being here with the other families, has it brought you comfort?
It's brought me a certain degree of comfort, and each family is encouraging each other and praying and just being here. You know, it's a united city right now. We're just praying that we will find our loved ones.
Well, to all of you, your family's behind you as well. I think the whole city is behind you. Thank you so much for being here with us. Barbara, from a very hopeful but very somber corner in New York City, back to you.
Cynthia, you look at all of these people holding up pictures of their loved ones. We have been seeing that for days now. Would that every one of them could be found, all of them holding up those pictures with such hope. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, feeling just one more miracle each family asked for.
Maybe mine, maybe mine, maybe mine. Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah. Thank you.
ABC correspondent John Miller has been staying on top of the investigation. So much has happened. John, just bring us up to date. Where are things now? Just what do we know?
Well, right now in the case, Barbara, they have their first arrest. Now, that's a much better headline than it is a story. A man who federal authorities refuse to identify has been charged as a material witness. He was arraigned today in federal court in White Plains in a sealed proceeding. The papers that detail what he's a witness to or what they hope to glean from him are also sealed in secret. But the judge did order him detained and held, so he is in federal custody tonight. In New York, this is the only crash site where they have yet to recover any of the black boxes. There are two somewhere in that rubble. They're now taking a two-pronged approach. As they're taking the rubble away from that site, they're bringing it to a landfill in Staten Island where FBI agents and detectives then empty it from the trucks and go through it piece by piece, looking to see if the black boxes, intact or in parts, are hidden in any of the larger pieces of rubble that they've been removing. What they have been finding is other evidence, including human remains, which they then separate and send to the medical examiner's office for identification. That is a grim task that is still unfolding. Developments today. Federal authorities say there are 100 names on a watch list. These are people wanted for questioning in connection with the hijackings and the crashes on Tuesday. This was a list which had 52 names only yesterday, now expanded to 100 names. It's been circulated to 18,000 police departments, as well as federal agencies like the FBI, ATF, U.S. Customs, Immigration, and the Border Patrol, as well as the airlines. Now, what they've asked the airlines to do is to take this list of 100 names and reconcile it against passenger manifests. If they find a name that matches up, they're supposed to notify the FBI and the police at the airport immediately. To further this process, FBI agents have now been stationed at airports around the country so that they can respond immediately. Several other people are being held in connection with this case, not charged in connection with this case, not even as material witnesses, but being held on what they call an immigration hold while their immigration status is being checked. So far, that's the latest tonight.
Well, you know, yesterday when there were the reports of people in New York airports, one wearing a uniform, supposedly, you know, trying to be a pilot, and we heard about all of these different people. All of that's just gone away, those people?
Well, all of those people have been released, but for one. They spent a long night at Kennedy Airport trying to sort out through a series of unlikely stories. Some of the incredible things that set off alarm bells in that case were, one of the passengers tried to board the plane with identification that was false. It was not his. He claimed it was a relative's. That actually checked out. At the same time, he produced a pilot's license, which had a different name on it, which actually, that name turned out to be his. So he's posing as somebody he's not, then he's identifying himself as someone he is as a pilot, which also checked out. He had had flight training also in Florida, where the other hijackers had trained. And then add to that, one of the subjects gave an address in Massachusetts, which, are you sitting down?
Yeah.
Was the address of Osama bin Laden's brother, which only made them about twice as much suspicious as they were before. So at that point, they said, everybody stop. They separated them. They interrogated in different rooms. The men taken into custody at LaGuardia were released as a result of a mix-up. Their bags were labeled that they were airline employees when they weren't, but they said these were keepsakes they collected at aeronautic conferences they attended. The Kennedy Airport people were released, except for the one who had that very coincidental address. They're still looking at him.
Well, at least they're trying, aren't they?
But last night they were operating on a very dark assumption that somehow they had two new cells.
Yeah, everybody was this something really seriously has happened.
So much so that they invaded an aircraft with a SWAT team, that they closed air traffic in New York at all three airports, including one that wasn't even involved in the incidents. It took them a long time to get that sorted out. But this morning, as they kind of lined up the coincidence that gave them that thinking, it was with some relief. Even so, they're still operating on the premise that this may not be over, that they have other names, and that there could be other teams out there that they want to find.
So look, we just heard, Peter was talking about the fact that the President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense are all going to be at Camp David. And this was something that we are authorized to report. Why? I mean, why say exactly where these three men are going to be when there may possibly still be terrorists out there?
I think that they are in a terrible conflict in Washington between the political process and the democracy and the security process, and they're thinking at one time the security people are going to want to maintain a level of safety and secrecy. On the other hand, I think that the people on the political and White House end really want government to appear as normal. They want the president and vice president to appear together. They want the country to have some confidence. And in those conflicts, most often the security people prevail. And every so often the political people say, you're the security people, do what you have to do, but you're going to have to deal with this.
Yeah. Well, we hope that they're having a good meal. This may be one of the first full meals they've had all week.
It's also probably the first time they've had a chance to get together all week.
Well, they're supposed to be having meetings all week. This is not just, not at all just to sit there and have a relaxed weekend by any means. They're supposed to be working meetings all weekend. I want to ask you one more thing. You were with the police department. How do you feel about the suggestion that commercial airline pilots be armed?
Well, it's worked for the Israelis, but they've lived in a much different environment, an environment that if you look at a situation like this, a lot of people feel we're being pulled into. I don't think, I mean, the Israeli El Al pilots all have a military background. Everyone in Israel goes through the Army. They're all trained with firearms. A lot of the American pilots in the post-Vietnam era don't come from the military and don't have that kind of firearms training. It's a bit of an uphill battle to make a pilot into a gunslinger as well as a competent airline pilot. I think the way the administration is leaning and the way the Justice Department is leaning is much more towards a limited return to the Sky Marshal program, where on spot airlines they place a law enforcement professional with a weapon, and you never know which flight he's on or not on. I should say he or she.
John, I have a daughter who lives in Maine, and you know there have been all of these questions that how do these people get into this country? And she goes back and forth. I probably shouldn't say this, but she goes back and forth to Canada. No one stops her.
I've gotten so many phone calls like this week.
And she also says to me, you know, there are forests. If you can figure it out and there are guides, you can go right through those forests, and it's not very difficult to enter this country.
That's what they call a very soft border. In many cases, you can show a driver's license, not even a passport. In some cases, they have checkpoints that are kind of like ATM checkpoints. Yeah. There's no guard there. You punch in a code and talk to a voice like you're ordering from McDonald's. And, you know, that is why Canada has been favored. If you look at the Ahmed Rassam case, the man who was bringing explosives material to Seattle during the Millennium Celebration, that we now know is bound for Los Angeles International Airport to be set off on New Year's Day as part of a plan that authorities say is linked to Osama bin Laden. Where did he come through? Not a big, busy border crossing. He came across the Canadian border on a ferry boat.
You know, as I said, if my daughter is listening, she will say, why are you saying this? But she, sometimes from where she is, goes back and forth to Canada to get groceries. You know, there isn't a store here, there's a store there. And on the other hand, we don't want Canada, who is our good neighbor, to have to put up barricades and to have guards at every place. There's still that question of wanting to be somewhat relaxed and yet protection.
Well, this is the conflict. This is the rub. This is what we've been dealing with all week, which is this is a free country, so is Canada, where you want to enjoy those freedoms as widely and broadly as possible. And one of the goals of terrorism, one of the theories of terrorism is to shake people's confidence in their government, to protect them, to make them feel uncomfortable, to make them feel afraid, and to force government to become almost oppressive, to make people turn on the government that they might have once respected. And when you increase security at the hands of the government like that, I mean, if you let it go that way, in some ways the terrorists can win.
Yeah. Well, that's so much of the conversation this whole week has been our civil liberties, continuing to have our values, continuing to have our way of life, and at the same time knowing that we need more protection. If we have time, I want to hear more about your experience with Osama bin Laden, since you are the only one who's seen them. So
I won't go far.
All right. You know, at the heart of everything, there have been so many new developments since Tuesday, but at the heart, in the essence, what has happened this week is the loss of people in the airplanes, at the Pentagon, and at the World Trade Center. On the very top floor of one of the towers was a restaurant called, appropriately, Windows on the World. Perhaps you've been there yourself. So many people who came to New York did. Windows on the World is now just a memory, but what a wonderful place it was. Pure and simple, it was magic. What New York is supposed to look like. Sophisticated, glittering, and romantic.
The windows of the world.
Windows on the world belong to everyone. The tourists, the honeymooners, the businessmen. We came to eat and to celebrate. But really, we came to look out those magnificent windows for a panorama of the greatest show on earth, New York City.
They need a sunny day to grow straight and tall.
Windows was a symbol of great and joyous times. Windows, everything was possible. It was really a family that was created by bringing together all kinds of people, and that's what the restaurant was always like.
How you doing? Nice to see you.
Michael LaMonaco, one of the most famous chefs in America, ran the kitchen at Windows on the World. Tell me about the people who worked with you?
It's a wonderful group of people. It really is a devoted group of people.
We got 3 Sunset Chickens.
In the restaurant business, we've become very familial because we spend so much time together, working together.
Last Tuesday morning, Chef LaMonaco's staff was already busy in the kitchen. When he arrived for work, instead of taking the elevator up to the top, he went down.
Typically by 8:15 or 8:30 in the morning, I'm in my office or I'm in the kitchens. And I made a right turn instead of going left to the elevators, and I went into the plaza, and I went to an optometrist shop, and I was being fitted for new reading glasses.
Concourse level is below the bottom floor.
Exactly. Below the ground level was a shopping concourse, a plaza level.
But 88 stories above him, this was the scene.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't even feel anything because of where I was in the complex. It was right above, right near subway lines. I mean, subways were rumbling, but people were shouting in the concourse level hallway to get out.
And when did you know that something had actually happened?
Ran out to the street, and there were great, huge pieces of debris, and I thought something dreadful had happened, ran across the street, and looked back at my building, and saw the destruction of the central part of the building, and I just thought, all of my people are up there, because the kitchen's open first thing in the morning, and I just thought of all of our people.
David Emile is the owner of Windows on the World.
Of the people that were up there that we know, most of them were in the kitchens, because at that hour of the morning, we had our pastry department was preparing. We had our banquet department preparing for banquets during the day.
It was a busy morning. Breakfast meetings were in full swing. But after the plane ripped into the North Tower, everyone in the restaurant would be fighting for their lives. Mr. Emile, how many people do you think you have lost?
We think we're missing about 50 people. We think we lost 50 people. We're not exactly sure. And we would like it if the employees who are safe could get in touch with us. And any employees, even if they weren't there, could please get in touch with us to let us know that they're safe.
The only reason David Emile and Michael LaMonaco granted us this interview was because they wanted to support the families of their missing workers, who themselves are a virtual cross-section of cultures, like New York City itself.
We all have to hope and pray that maybe somewhere out there, she's out there.
Up to now, we don't know where he is, and we keep looking at, and we are doing the prayer if he can come back.
Well, Charlie's a really smart guy, and if anybody could get out, it would be him.
Tell me about your brother-in-law. What did he do there, first of all?
Charlie Morrow was a purchasing director for Windows.
Charlie's wife called him right after the crash. What did he say to her?
She said he sounded like he was scared to death. The room was filling up with smoke. They didn't know what hit them, and she just told them, "I love you, get out." And he had said, "I got to get all the guys." So that was the last that we had heard.
Abdul, it is your cousin who is missing. What a handsome young man. And what did he do at Windows on the World?
He was the banquet waiter.
His cousin's little 5-year-old daughter seemed to have a premonition that morning.
She wake up and she was giving hug to the dad and saying, "Dad, don't go to work."
She had a feeling that something might happen?
Hope that sounds like she had a feeling. She was crying and saying that, "Please, Dad, don't go to work."
To add to this family's heartbreak, Thursday morning, his cousin's wife gave birth to a much-wanted baby boy.
He has a little boy now, and please, if you are somewhere, if you know that, please come, because little daughter and the little boy is waiting for you, please.
Tina, it is your sister who is missing.
Yes.
Your beautiful sister.
Yes.
And what did she do at Windows on the World?
Okay, she works in the housekeeping department. Yeah, and she's only 36 years old. And she has a daughter, 10 years back home in Ghana.
Will it be your responsibility to tell this to your niece?
Between me and her husband, we are planning on delivering the news, but we hope that maybe we'll get a positive news before we call.
What will you tell this child, if you have to, about her mother?
Honest to God, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to tell her.
This young man, Benjamin, is looking for his cousin Victor, who is also from Ghana and worked in housekeeping. Benjamin has been searching all the local hospitals on foot.
We tried to walk from the Bronx to St. Vincent Hospital. We went to different hospitals, Bellevue. We checked the list. We didn't find his name.
But that doesn't mean he's giving up, and neither is David Emile. He has set up a hotline number for the Windows on the World families. The number is 877-226-5170.
There was very regular training on how to handle emergencies, and people believed, and I still believe, that there was time and that we're hopeful that some of our people made it. We heard a rumor this afternoon that one of our chefs had made it down safely, but it's only a rumor, and so we really want to know of any news anybody has, of anybody who might have made it.
Yet, unlike all the other family members I spoke with, Jessica Morrow Adams does not hold out any real hope that her husband, Steve, the assistant wine cellar master, is still alive. But she wanted to speak for him and share a point of view we have rarely heard.
Steve was very politically conscious and a writer and a philosopher. And if we take retaliatory action in the name of the victims of this tragedy, he would be mortified. It is against everything he stood for. He believed in peace.
Jessica, if we do not retaliate, you think we should just turn the other cheek? Is that what your husband would have wanted?
Not at all. No, not at all. I think there's some kind of conversation that can happen. It can be done. People can communicate. I'm sitting next to this man from Ghana. People can communicate. I don't want to think that someone else has been killed because Steve was killed. Are you going to kill someone else? Is that because my husband's dead? I mean, what good is that?
We don't know the answer to that, but one thing is certain. The symbols of Windows on the World will endure as a memory.
I hope in my heart that we will never forget any of the people, the many, and that in order to honor them, their memory, that as a very tribute, that it is so important that something significant happened.
It's a spectacular view. In the morning, you could see the sun coming off the ocean. This was an incredible, amazing, and constantly changing view. It was fabulous.
It was fabulous, and we want to thank Chef LaMonica and David Emile and those people talking about their relatives for being with us and sharing their thoughts, which they wanted to do as a special tribute. And by the way, we talked to Mr. Emile at the Beacon restaurant, which is another restaurant that he owns in Manhattan. Now then, we are going to be talking to Senator John Warner of Virginia, who is the ranking minority member of the Armed Services Committee. And he's something of a military expert in his own life because he served in both the Navy and the Marines. Senator Warner joins us live now from our Washington Bureau. First of all, Senator, the Pentagon is in your state, in Virginia. This must be particularly hard on you.
Yes, Barbara. First, may I say that that was a very deeply moving and compassionate piece. It's those type of pieces that I think are helping to heal America today. And indeed, the Pentagon, which was my home for 5 years when I was Secretary of the Navy during Vietnam, was targeted. I've been over there several times, as recent as yesterday, and it's been difficult for all of us to visit with the families as you have. And our spirits have been uplifted, indeed, like the President today when he met with the firefighters and the volunteers and all those on scene and across America who are pitching in tonight to heal our nation's wounds.
You know, Senator, everyone has said that we're at war. And yet when we think about war, we think of bombs and missiles and military men and women on the ground, and we know where we're going to go, and we know what we're going to be doing. this is so different. And we are at war, and yet what does that mean?
Well, we're frankly, as a nation, at loss to select words. In years past, we knew exactly whose enemy we had to repress and defeat, and that was in World War II. You know, Barbara, this is different than anything that has ever confronted the United States of America. And it's, you know, been a memorable week for me. 23 years in the United States Senate. And visiting with the president, as I did yesterday, visiting the Pentagon. I went to the Pentagon just a few hours after it's hit to sit down with my old and valued friend, the Secretary of Defense, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I was joined by my colleague, the chairman of our committee, Carl Levin. We went there to show the men and women of the armed forces that your Congress stands with you on this frightful day when the Pentagon was hit. And now you, as uniformed men and women of our armed forces, are likely to be called upon by the Commander-in-Chief to perform a mission that is almost undefinable.
Well,
but I assure you, this country is carefully tonight planning to deal a blow against those who brought these criminal acts to our country, and indeed to those who harbored them, who gave them the areas within which to train, who gave them the money. The whole world is joining the United States, almost all the nations. Russia was among the very first to call our president and to pledge their help. Indeed, the Middle East nations. We now know of Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, other countries with Muslim backgrounds are coming to help.
Senator, President Bush authorized the military to call 50,000 reservists to active duty. Now, does this mean that we're going to have ground troops? Does this mean that we're going to have the kind of force that we had in the Gulf War?
Barbara, it's not for me to share with you what the plans are. They're being carefully and thoroughly devised by the military planners, the Secretary of State, Central Intelligence Agency, all working together as a team. Well, but I assure you, as I met with the president yesterday, he was calm, he was confident, he has a commitment to right this wrong, not only on behalf of the United States, but the whole world. Terrorism, we're all in this fight against terrorism, our nations of the world, and we've got to join arms and work with each other. But I was proud of our president yesterday. We had a long discussion with him, a group of us who visited in the Oval Office and then into the cabinet room.
You know, many people are feeling and have felt this week, we're going to bomb today, we're going to bomb tomorrow. There is that feeling of uncertainty. Am I going to wake up and find out that we've bombed someplace? But during the Gulf War, it took 3 months or so to mobilize. Does that mean that there is going to be, as much as you can tell us, a time period? This is not something that's going to happen tomorrow or Monday?
Not going to predict when the president will act. But I will tell you, this wonderful man who we're fortunate to have as our president is going to act when he is convinced that we have a case against those who perpetrated this crime, and then he's going to act decisively.
But
but bear in mind,
yes.
I remember the Gulf War so well. As a matter of fact, as I was visiting with the president, 10 years ago, I drew up the resolution to authorize his father to use force in the Gulf. As you said, after we'd had that big buildup, our Congress debated that, I remember, on the floor of the Senate for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the final vote came, only 5 votes did they carry the motion to authorize the use of force. 5 votes. Today, and I have brought it with me, I worked with our leadership and others. This is a resolution that's much like a declaration of war. It gives our president the authority to use that force if he deems necessary. And they debated it and passed it in less than an hour, in sharp contrast to the 91. Our Congress is united, our people are united, and we're behind our president, we're speaking as a nation with one voice, our president.
I certainly think most people are speaking with one voice. I wonder at your own switchboard, when you've received so many calls, you heard the young woman who said, I don't want retaliation, I don't want an eye for an eye. Are you getting any calls like that? Is anyone saying
yes,
don't?
No, we have received those calls. I myself have gone out to take a call or two just to sort of get a feel for it. I didn't receive a call along those lines. Most people are calling to ask very simply, how can I help? What can I do? And of course, they feel very strongly that these wrongs against our nation, these criminal acts, must be addressed and the world be given a signal that we're not going to let them do it again. We're simply not going to let them do it again. The president said it's going to be a long period of time. I don't know when the first action is going to be taken, but then there could be another and another in weeks and months. Indeed, he indicated very clearly that our nation is united for the long pull to fight terrorism and stamp it out wherever it is in the world.
Not just days, but weeks and months. Thank you, Senator. It's been a very long day for you. I'm sure it's been a very long week, as it has for most everyone, but we very much appreciate your staying up to be with us now. Thank you. Well, all week we have been watching families waiting for word of their loved ones, but even as rescue workers pull bodies out of the rubble, there is the grim task of identifying the remains, using dental records and hair samples to trace the DNA of the victims. John McKenzie has that part of the story.
It's a line of broken hearts, people missing loved ones, and they've come looking here to the Armory, about 2 miles north of the disaster area, looking for missing victims such as Jean-Marie Wallendorf, 22-year-old Paul Ortiz, 29-year-old Jamal DeSantis, or Jennifer Howley, 5 months pregnant. Inside the Armory, volunteers update the all-important lists.
One list, part of it has if they're alive and what hospital they're in. The other part of the list has if they've known that they're alive but they don't know where they are. And then they have a list called unknown.
Michael Wolfenson is looking for any information about a missing neighbor, 46-year-old Louis Inglaterra, who was working above the 90th floor of the World Trade Center. To help Inglaterra's family, Wolfenson is doing the legwork. First, that requires going through the registration process. For each missing person, there's a detailed 7-page questionnaire. The person's blood type, shoe size, the length of fingernails, specifics about each piece of clothing and jewelry worn on the day. Each and every detail now so critical as rescue workers find not just bodies, but so many individual body parts.
1 death, 2 deaths, 3 deaths, people know how to handle that. 5,000 deaths, nobody knows how to handle.
The rescue teams are looking for any identifying clues.
If people can be identified through tattoos, scars, photographs, that will occur first. If that doesn't work, the dental records and the medical records will become most important.
If a person had 3 cavities, for instance, or a hip replacement, X-rays will show that.
They're taking every bit of information you can imagine on the person, you know, tattoos, scars, you know, anything physical about them.
We gave them the dental records because they said we need something that, you know, we can identify him with.
They said, oh, I think we might have a match on the watch. And they asked the brand of the watch, and it was a different brand. And I said, well, maybe, you know, maybe they wrote the brand wrong. You know, he has blue eyes, and they said, all we have is this arm. So that was... It wasn't him.
The Trade Center collapse was so violent that many cases will only be solved using the precision of DNA testing.
The medical examiner in New York City and the police department do more DNA analysis, it may be than the rest of the country combined.
But not even that could prepare this city for what has come. The twisted wreckage of 2 110-story buildings lying on top of as many as 5,000 bodies and body parts. Slowly, they are discovered. Orange body bags collect the remains for DNA testing. The concept is simple. If a person brushed his hair in the morning, there's DNA in the hair and the brush at home. Perhaps it can be matched with DNA from a body at the crime scene. But it gets very difficult when the crime scene is so vast.
Imagine how many body parts have to be DNA tested. There is no laboratory in this country or any other that can deal with that many samples.
So many remains may have to be kept for weeks in refrigerated trucks, and the pressure on investigators to identify all the victims mounts with each passing day. The crime scene is also deteriorating day by day.
The natural processes of decay are going to set in. It's going to create a very difficult and very hazardous situation for all of those attempting to recover the bodies.
Today, after Michael Wolfenson completed all the paperwork, his friend, Louis Inglaterra, was added to the city's list of missing persons.
This is at the point where Louis becomes a number, and that was kind of really tough to handle because now he's a number.
Once a missing person is formally registered here, the next step is for friends and family members to wait. But many keep coming back, adding more information to the files.
I'm going to bring a toothbrush and maybe a shirt, a comb, whatever is going to have DNA on it.
Today, Brian Zaslow and his wife brought in his father's hairbrush. His father is 55-year-old Ira Zaslow. When the World Trade Center collapsed on Tuesday, his father was at his desk on the 38th floor. He was one of 618 employees there working for the Lehman Brothers investment firm. All his colleagues in the building, all 617 of them, made it out alive. But no one has heard from Ira Zaslow.
Warm, loving, caring, helpful, and that's my biggest fear, is that he stayed to help.
But none of Zaslow's colleagues recall seeing him leaving the building.
Nobody in my family is mourning somebody. We're looking for him. He's alive in our minds, and we're going to find him.
Oh, how we pray that he does, as we do for all of the ones who are missing. You know, almost everyone who lives in and around New York seems to know someone connected to the World Trade Center tragedy. And now I want to tell you about two friends who lost loved ones and one who miraculously survived. And his story, as you're going to see, is one of the rare ones with a happy ending. First, Barbara Olson, who was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 when it crashed into the Pentagon. And her husband, Ted Olson, is the Solicitor General of the United States. Ted and Barbara Olson were one of Washington's most powerful couples.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine. Before the president appointed him as Solicitor General, he was best known for successfully arguing the Florida election case for George W. Bush before the Supreme Court. Barbara Olson was a well-known conservative television commentator and very spirited.
Suddenly, if you're a prosecutor, the whole world is lying about Gary Condit, or Gary Condit is lying.
They were married just 5 years ago. Barbara Olson was originally scheduled to fly on Monday, but at the last minute, she changed her plans. Why did she change her plans?
My birthday was Tuesday, and she wanted to be at home with me on Monday night, and at least to see, so that we could see one another in the morning before she left.
Take us through that terrible day. When did you first know that something was wrong?
One of the assistants in my office at the Department of Justice came in and told me that my wife Barbara was on the telephone. I was relieved because I had known she had gotten on a plane.
She was leaving from Dulles in Washington.
Yes, that's correct.
In Virginia, yeah. And then you receive a phone call from the plane. Is that what happened?
Yes, I was relieved that she was on a plane and she was speaking to me. Then she told me that her plane had been hijacked. We spoke for a minute or two before our communications were cut. She called again a few moments later. She wanted to know what she could do, what she could tell the pilot. I asked her where she was in the airplane. She had started off in the first class section. She told me that she and the passengers had been herded to the back of the airplane, that the hijackers had taken over the plane with knives and box cutters.
Mr. Olson, when your wife said, "What should I tell the pilots?" does that mean that the pilots were with her in the back of the plane?
It gave me the impression that maybe one of the pilots or both of them were in the back of the airplane with her.
You told your wife about the two crashes in New York.
Yes, I felt that she had to know that. We reassured one another that everything was going to come out okay, that her plane was still in the air, and all this was going to come out all right. But I was almost certain in my heart that it wasn't, and I suspect she was equally pessimistic. But she did not panic. She was calm.
What were the last words that you said to your wife?
Our last words had to do with our love for one another, and that we would see one another soon, but we didn't know the conversation was about to end because the signal was just suddenly abruptly cut off.
What would you most like people to know about Barbara Olson?
Barbara Olson was an extraordinary, dynamic person. Barbara had been a ballet dancer, a movie producer, a prosecutor. Barbara participated in life and loved people and loved life. She would not have gone quietly.
And I'll bet she didn't. Among the thousands still missing in New York is 46-year-old Neil Levin, the highest-ranking state official to have been caught in the attack. Just a few months ago, he became head of the Port Authority, which runs the area's major airports and harbors and tunnels, and also owned the World Trade Center. Mr. Levin was on the 106th floor of the North Tower when the hijacked plane hit. Neil's wife, Christy Ferrer, works in television as a fashion and style commentator, and she's also my good friend. And today she wore the red, white, and blue ribbon that is becoming the sign of America's unbroken spirit. Christy, you and I have known each other for a long time. And when you and Neil first got together, we thought you were the most mismatched couple. He was very reserved, yes?
But you're using was. Okay, I'm sorry to correct you.
Forgive me, Christy, I shouldn't have been doing that.
I'm not calling it was. Right now, to me, he's still missing.
Okay.
And will be until...
You're right, and forgive me.
It's okay.
So, he is very reserved.
He's all those things. He is prim and proper and deep and substantive.
And you, Christy?
Oh, I love hooting it up and having a good time.
So you two are very different.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was always just fire and ice. We had a great time together.
They became a New York power couple. Neil Levin worked closely with Governor Pataki. Christy describes her husband as a dedicated and selfless public servant at work normally before 8 a.m. Ironically, she says, he was working to increase airport security. To your knowledge, where was he at the World Trade Center when the crash came?
His secretary said that the last time that she spoke to him was maybe the last time anyone spoke to him. He was on the 106th floor having a business breakfast. And as they were speaking, a loud noise erupted and the building shook, and they both said, "Holy cow," and then the phone went dead.
Have you gone down to that area?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
I just wanted to go down there to be close to him and just blow him a kiss.
So you walked around there?
I did.
You have two teenage girls from a previous marriage who were very close to your husband. How is this affecting them?
Allie, my 15-year-old, instead of just crying, she can't really cry right now. She has been canvassing the neighborhood with notes of a candlelight vigil tonight. That's the way she's dealing with her grief, becoming an activist. And in this it says, we will show the world that Americans are strong and united together against terrorism. And she wrote this and handed out flyers like this.
Christy, if it does turn out that Neil has not survived, how do you want him to be remembered?
Oh, as a gentle, warm, caring, genuine person who everyone adored.
And you adored him?
I adored him.
Sunday is Neil's birthday. What will you be doing?
I think I'm going to have a big, juicy steak and Caesar salad. That was his favorite thing to eat, and he loved to eat. So we're all going to have all the things he loved to eat.
Christy's daughter is going to be involved in a candlelight vigil, and candlelight vigils are taking place all across the country. Christy said that her husband is so shy that he might not have wanted her to do an interview, but that she was doing it as a tribute to him. And Christy, as I promised, I'm going to wear that red, white, and blue as well. And now the story that I promised that has a happy ending. I want you to meet Pete Sullivan. On Tuesday morning, he went to his job at Aon, one of the world's largest insurance companies. 1,100 Aon employees worked on the top floors of the World Trade Center's South Tower. 200 of those people are still missing, but not Pete. Pete's wife, Jeannie, was an audience coordinator on The View. We knew her so well and we loved her so, and she gave birth to triplets. And now Jeannie and Pete Sullivan are celebrating 2 miracles of life. Oh, Pete, we have 3 very unhappy babies. Can you introduce them to us?
Sure. We have Lauren right here.
Lauren, yes.
And then this is Carolyn.
Carolyn's very unhappy.
And then there's Jack.
And Jack is the one little boy. Pete, tell me what your usual morning routine is like.
Usually I take a train and I'm in from Hoboken into the World Trade Center. And I'm at my desk at between 8 and 8:30.
You were late on Tuesday. Why were you late?
I missed the train because I was helping Jean. I was feeding Jack.
So ordinarily you can get in quicker, but Jack was having a problem that day, Jean?
We got up a little later than they normally do, and I can't do it myself, so I asked Pete if he would stay, you know, and help me get Jack fed, and he missed his train.
These babies saved your life.
Yeah, they did.
Would it help if I held one of the babies, or are they better in your
Why
arms?
don't you take Jack, and I'll take Carol?
Would that help? Okay, thank you. Hi, darling. Hi, darling. Okay. What happened when you got there, Pete?
I was standing at the elevator bank, waiting for the elevator to arrive, and the next thing I know, there was, you know, a large explosion in the tower next to me. Just people started running. There was debris falling.
I turned on the TV at 9 o'clock, and I saw a building on fire, and the phone rang at the same time. And I ran to get the phone, and a girlfriend of mine said to me, "What floor does Pete work on?" And I said, "I have to go," and I hung up the phone. And then I watched, not knowing if it was Tower 1 or Tower 2 on fire.
Next thing I knew, I saw an airplane headed for the second tower.
You saw the airplane yourself?
Yeah, I saw the airplane, and I saw it disappear behind the tower, and then the explosion come out the side.
And then it was frantic paranoia, just because I knew that he missed the train, but I was calculating what time the second train would have gotten him in, and I was pretty confident that probably he was at his desk.
When did you know that Pete was safe?
Well, we watched the tower fall, and I hadn't heard from him. And it was about 11:15, I think, that the phone rang, and it was the machine saying there was a collect call, and it said from Pete. And then it was like the relief of the entire world.
Jeannie, you have long said to us that these babies were a miracle.
Absolutely.
Why are they a miracle?
I was pregnant. We found out that I was pregnant. I had actually been a cancer survivor prior to my pregnancy.
You had cancer.
I had cancer. And we felt that just my recovery from the cancer was our first miracle. And then I was pregnant, and we found out we were having triplets. And they were born so critically, so seriously ill, and so critically, such critical condition. And they were born so early, and they were born a pound each. A pound, 1 pound 4 ounces, 1 pound 6 ounces, 1 pound 14 ounces. So their chances for survival were like slim to none. And by the power of prayer and by a miracle, they're perfect babies.
And they're 10 months old.
They're 10 months old today.
These babies were to you both a miracle when they were born.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel you have another miracle now because of them?
Yeah, I felt they were the only things I could think about when I was just running out. Thankful that I was out. Just so happy to have them, to be out, and knowing that, you know, without them, I would have been at work earlier.
We feel like the luckiest people because I know now the feeling of all those people that have not gotten a call and that haven't heard from their loved ones. And I'm heartbroken for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeannie, thank you, Pete.
Thank
and
you.
I have to tell you that my baby here is behaving perfectly.
Perfectly.
Perfectly. I may just keep it for you. No, you can have my finger anytime. Normal life goes on. But what about couples in love who plan to get married this week? Well, Bob Brown tells us about a couple that struggled with that difficult scenario.
Once upon a time, last Monday, people who live in New York were thinking about who to vote for in the mayoral primary and whether Roger Clemens would win his 20th game for the Yankees. Elizabeth Neiswander, a writer and actress whose nickname is Eli, and Anthony Rakes, a 33-year-old restaurant manager, were making the final plans for their wedding this Saturday. On Tuesday, those plans seemed shattered.
I was like, I can't enjoy this day. And so I went to go get confirmed, and while we were going, the phone started ringing, all of our cell phones. We're coming.
And so when people are calling and saying, you know, we're coming, we want to see you. In light of what's happened, we need to see you.
Their priest was also for continuing with the ceremony. And so, after agonizing discussions, Eli and Anthony decided to go ahead with the wedding. Anthony and his friends were measured for tuxedos, and today at a restaurant called Patsy's on New York's East Side, Eli and her mother Beth held her bridesmaids' luncheon. 3 of the guests who would have attended the wedding are missing in the World Trade Center disaster.
I know they've shared in our preparations. They've come to our engagement party. They've had the dinners with us. They've laughed about how many details I had to have exactly perfect. I will be thinking of them, and I know that they're with us.
The question they faced is being pondered by Americans everywhere. When do I try to return to normal? When do I continue the plans I made? Should I feel guilty?
And basically, we're sitting here, but we can't even eat, basically. You're just trying, but you feel guilty. You feel guilty because there's just so much sadness and sorrow.
We found people questioning themselves in a number of locations that used to be a part of everyday life, but whose activities now seem somehow connected backwards to the devastation on Tuesday. Janelle Timish was visiting New York from Iowa, has been unable to leave town, and has tried to leave the tragedy behind her by having her hair cut off.
Because everything inside of me feels different than it did before any of this happened, and nothing will be the same after this. And so cutting my hair makes the outside match the inside more.
I felt guilty about, doing anything. I mean, even if somebody saw me smile, I was like,
There's no date on the calendar that we can circle and say, okay, on this date, it is perfectly okay for life to resume as normal. It's going to be a personal decision.
Dr. Rachel Yehuda is director of the post-traumatic stress program at the Veterans Hospital in the Bronx.
There are going to be untold numbers of people who are going to feel guilty the first time they feel happy again.
They should be telling themselves that feeling happy is a positive step towards their own recovery, and it is a moral victory against terrorism. It might help them to know that they're doing something positive, not only selfishly for themselves, but they're modeling for a society how to get back on track.
So Abigail Holland went ahead with a birthday party for her son Samuel, who turned 4 today. But even that took soul searching.
If it was my birthday, I wouldn't want to celebrate. I wouldn't want to have people celebrate with me when there's so many tragedies going on. He doesn't know what death is. I'm trying to keep it that way. Make a wish.
Children are resilient, and New York seems to be resilient. And for people like myself who study trauma and the long-term effects of trauma, I can tell you that all the things that we would have wanted to see happen in the early aftermath of a trauma are happening. People are using their resources, their natural resources, their loved ones. They are coming together.
Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., he's on the first flight leaving Denver. He'll be in New York at 1.
And that brings us back to the wedding party and the decision to go ahead with it. Wedding director Ann Walker prepared red, white, and blue ribbons for everyone to wear. The friends who had called to encourage the couple actually began arriving. Anthony's friend Matt Salata drove in from Charleston, South Carolina, and is meeting Eli for the first time. A classic case of people using their resources to come together. Nevertheless, Eli remained emotional about it. even as she walked with her mother and sister back to her apartment for more preparations. Weddings are always about taking on stress and reconciling feelings. And this one tomorrow at the Greek Orthodox Holy Trinity Church will go to the very nature of their souls.
Is there any guilt associated with going ahead with this event at this time?
Of course there is. You know, you feel selfish. You feel that, how can I celebrate and laugh and smile when you look at the newspaper, you look at the television, and you see people horrified and lost and broken. So we sat down with our families and we just said, the theme that we had chosen for our wedding was, in this moment we celebrate a lifetime. And with that, we said we're celebrating the lifetime of the people that are gone, the people that are here, and the people that can't make it here. And that's what we're going to do.
We're going to pause now to allow some of our stations to cut away. I'm Barbara Walters, and I'll be right back.
After the tragedy.
Love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail.
And the horror.
We come together as members of the free world to stand alongside the people of the United States of America.
Beyond the anger.
Americans do not yet have the distance of history, but our responsibility to history is already clear: to answer these attacks and rid the world of evil. War has been waged against us by stealth and deceit and murder.
And the grief.
How sad I am for all the families that have been affected by this, and I'm fortunate that mine has not.
On this day of remembrance, America and the world pause to reflect.
When our United flight from London touched about 2.5 hours ago at Dulles Airport outside Washington, it was the first plane from overseas to land at Dulles since Tuesday. When the captain came on the intercom and said, "Welcome home," there was a ripple of applause. No silly yelling or cheering or whistling, just a quiet expression of relief to be back. There was, among many of the passengers, an awareness of who was on board. 4 people who lost close relatives. 4 people who have been trying desperately to get out of London, to get home, so that they can grieve with their families. This is one of those occasions when everyone seems to be looking for a personal connection to the tragedy. How we've been stuck here or there for the past few days. How long it's still going to take until we get home. How a friend or a cousin or a co-worker was almost there when it happened. The people who lost close family members, though, aren't searching for any connection. It's all they've been able to think about for nearly 4 days now. The captain came back at one point during the flight to say hello. He is a former Navy pilot, an Annapolis graduate. Next Saturday, a week from tomorrow, he and his class will celebrate the 30th anniversary of their graduation. But the main focus of that day will also be a memorial service. One of their classmates was the pilot of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. For most Americans, this has been the day of remembrance, and we will spend a good part of this broadcast examining how it has affected people. But there is also hard news to report, and that is how we'll begin with Nightline correspondent Chris Bury. Chris?
Ted, on this day of reflection and remembrance, other developments continue to come fast and furious. The first arrest has been made in Tuesday's attacks. He is a suspected material witness detained in New York. The FBI is searching for 100 people it wants to question. President Bush has returned from his visit to New York. Tomorrow at Camp David, he meets with his national security team to plan the U.S. response. Secretary of State Powell dispatched American ambassadors to begin building an anti-terrorism coalition. He warned Afghanistan and other nations to cooperate or face the consequences. 35,000 military reservists have been called to active duty. The House and Senate tonight have approved resolutions authorizing the president to use necessary and appropriate force. Congress has also approved $40 billion for recovery and anti-terrorism efforts. Air traffic is moving, but just barely. Flights at all 3 New York metro airports remain severely scaled back. Security scares caused major delays in Chicago and Los Angeles, and the new safeguards led to long lines at those airports open for business. Rescue workers have all but given up now any hope of finding more survivors at the World Trade Center. Flight data and voice recorders have now been recovered in Pennsylvania and the Pentagon. The death toll from Tuesday's terrorist attack is expected to exceed 5,000. Ted?
Thank you, Chris. Once again this evening, Nightline correspondent Michelle Martin is on the southern tip of Manhattan near the rubble that was the World Trade Center. Michelle, anything new, and is there still any hope whatsoever for anyone there?
That's right. What's new is that the lights seem to have magically come on just moments ago. In fact, I don't know if you can hear this, but the sound, some of what you're hearing behind me, we thought were at first ringing cell phones from our colleagues down here, and it's actually burglar alarms that magically went on a couple of minutes ago, and you can see some of the lights at storefronts behind me came on just seconds ago. But if there's any hope, no, there is no hope. Rain overnight, very heavy downpour overnight, much of the day, and I think that you can see the shift in tone in the faces of many of the rescuers who are going off of their shifts, many of them after days on the job, a sense of exhaustion, not of defeat, but certainly not of the kind of optimism that they would like to have at this point. And as I just reported to you that the lights came on down here, and you can see perhaps at this little corner store behind me, the lights just went out. Very fluid situation down here. Ted?
Be coming back to you. Throughout the country today, it has been, as I mentioned at the outset, a day of prayer and remembrance. In small towns and major urban areas, people of many faiths pause to remember the victims of terrorism. Perhaps the most prominent service, although it's always hard to single one out, was here in Washington at the National Cathedral.
I can't tell what just happened.
I'm getting...
Those of us who are gathered here, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, Hindu, all people of faith, want to say to this nation and to the world that love is stronger than hate, and that love lived out in justice will in the end prevail.
At this time of pain and grief in our nation,
we as Americans reaffirm our faith.
This event can give a message of hope. Hope for the present and hope for the future.
We are here in the middle hour of our grief. So many have suffered so great a loss, and today we express our nation's sorrow. We come before God to pray for the missing and the dead. It is said that adversity introduces us to ourselves. This is true of a nation as well. In this trial, we have been reminded, and the world has seen, that our fellow Americans are generous and kind, resourceful and brave. Today, we feel what Franklin Roosevelt called the warm courage of national unity. This is a unity of every faith and every background. It has joined together political parties in both houses of Congress. It is evident in services of prayer and candlelight vigils and American flags, which are displayed in pride and wave in defiance. Our unity is a kinship of grief and a steadfast resolve to prevail against our enemies. And this unity against terror is now extending across the world.
Goodness and evil are not equal. Repel the evil with the good.
Amazing grace. It's a dark day across this country like I've never seen before. If you want to know what to pray for those families who are standing in the rain. We need our prayers right now. Pray for those people who lost their lives running up staircases, trying to reach people in need and trying to save a life, lost their lives. Pray for the loved ones who got phone calls from people saying goodbye from airplanes before they crashed. And whatever you thought was wrong in your life, dismiss it now. You have absolutely no right to complain about anything, because somebody's really got a real problem.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
We are unified today like we have never been unified in this country, and we are going to stay that way. And so I would hope that that would be part of what you think about as we have this moment of silence, is how we can all strengthen our ties to each other during this period of time.
Sad I am for all the families that have been affected by this, and I'm fortunate that mine has not. You know, you think of Pearl Harbor, your parents talked to you about Pearl Harbor, but that wasn't real. I never dreamed I would be alive to see anything like this.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
Everyone seems to have the feeling that they need to do something, and occasionally lighting a candle is the only thing that can be done. It has been done all over the country tonight. At the end of this turbulent week, we have invited some prominent writers and thinkers to help us reflect on this particular moment in our history, this day of remembrance. In our New York Bureau, and I'm going to go to each of you one at a time and just get your initial thoughts, and then we'll be coming back to you throughout the broadcast. In our New York Bureau, author, historian, war correspondent David Halberstam. David, as you look at the images that we have all been watching today, is this the kind of spirit that can be sustained, or is it just something that is reflective of the first shock, the first surprise, the first need to do something?
Well, that's the great question, Ted. I mean, is it a spasm of immediacy in a nation which is now, I think, known for its impatience, or is this something deeper? I'd like to think that the adversary, the enemy in this case, has, you know, perhaps made a crucial mistake in the same way that the Japanese at Pearl Harbor did, in the sense of they may have succeeded too well, and they've gotten on our radar screen. They've allowed, therefore, the political fabric to unite, the political leadership to go deep into the bloodstream of the country, and therefore we can, you know, use our enormous power and strength and resilience to address it, and to be aware that we now live in a changed world. But that's going to take leadership, it's going to take endurance, patience, and wisdom. And those are, you know, questions that are addressed to the political leadership, to the media leadership, which has been, I think, quite careless in the last couple of years. You know, that's the question for us as citizens. Do we have the staying power for what John Kennedy once called a long twilight struggle?
Thank you, David. From our Winston-Salem, North Carolina affiliate, WXLV, poet and author Maya Angelou, professor of American Studies at Wake Forest University. One of the things that happens, Professor Angelou, at a time like this is that we seem to find, however briefly, a kind of unity in this nation that transcends differences. And again, I put to you sort of a variation of the question that I put to David Halberstam. Can it last?
Well, I think so. And in this case, I believe it will. We do need to open
Professor Angelou's microphone.
I believe it will last, Ted. I believe it must last. We have been famous or infamous for our short memories. However, I agree that this particular blow, I agree with David Halberstam. I think this blow hit us at a visceral level, which has not been touched before. I was 13 when Pearl Harbor happened, and I remember the shock, the national shock. I was in San Francisco, and I remember everybody saying the Japanese are going to bomb San Francisco and the Bay Area, and people saying, we won't let them. I remember that. I remember the pulling together, and this was during a time of such racism. It was like a junior apartheid in the United States. There was such a separation between races and fair play and so forth. And yet, people, blacks and whites and Jews and Asians, everybody pulled together somehow, but we forgot. I don't think we'll forget this. I don't think the adversary is going to let us forget. And I pray we won't let the adversary forget.
Also joining us from New York, novelist Jonathan Franzen, who's writing a story on the World Trade Center attack for next week's New Yorker magazine. Mr. Franzen, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine, thanks.
You become, by virtue of the process of elimination, the voice of younger people out there tonight. Well. And I would like you, if you would, to give me a sense of how you think younger Americans are reacting to this. Most of them have not known any of the great crises and tragedies like the one, for example, that Professor Angelou was talking about a moment ago. Most of them did not experience Vietnam. Most of them did not experience the two Kennedy assassinations, the Martin Luther King assassination. This is going to be, in many respects, the defining historical moment in their young lives. How do you think they are reacting to that?
Well, I'm somewhat uncomfortable with being made a spokesman for young people, in that I feel that I'm between generations. I had parents for whom the defining event was the Great Depression, and I know 19-year-olds now have no dark event to look to in their entire lives as a defining event. I guess I'm of an age at 42 where Watergate, very, very different kind of attention-gripping national event, was the that which shaped my attitude toward the world, necessarily somewhat cynically. I think people are probably going to be stunned. 19-year-olds now, how can it be other than it was for people who were 19 when Pearl Harbor happened? It's hard to see this entirely as a bad thing. It's a horrible thing, it's a sad thing, and yet I think people are at their best in dark times. I think that you have a sense of purpose suddenly that in the aimless 90s you didn't have, when really the only purpose you could see was to sign up at a .com and try to get your quick $3 million stock option package. So I think in a dark and perverse way, it's a hopeful thing for that generation.
Here in Washington, Haynes Johnson, the former Washington Post journalist and editor and author of The Best of Times, America in the Clinton Years. Haynes, you know what I'm thinking of? The Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which, as you remember, was passed almost with the same unanimity as Congress today. The House of Representatives passed a measure, I believe with only one dissenting vote, giving the president all the power to do whatever he feels he needs to do and wants to do. And how many months was it before people started turning against their own decision in that regard? Could that happen here, too?
Of course it could, Ted. That was in August of 1964, and by the next spring we were in the high grass in Vietnam, as David Halberstam so memorably reported at the time, and America had changed. But this whole idea about where we are now, I can't help but think, I remember myself when John Kennedy was assassinated, thinking that this was something that I would never experience again, the country would never experience again. It was as if you were alive in Lincoln's time, because that didn't happen in America, maybe once every century. And I think I look back on that period now, you could take a sword and cut the pages of history in two and say everything that happened before the Kennedy assassination was one period in our history, and what came after it was not the end of innocence, but all of a sudden other presidents got shot or driven from office. You had Vietnam, you had civil disturbance, disillusionment, cynicism in the society, and then we seemed to come back where we were up until this Monday. The Kennedy assassination was 4 days. We've gone through the most extraordinary 4 days since then, right now. And I think the tests for the country in the long term are much more difficult. This is not like Pearl Harbor. It's much more complicated. And you talk about unity. Yes, we have it now. That always happens. How to hold it in the kind of condition we're entering now is, I think, the most fundamental kind of change in American life that we've faced before.
We're going to come back to all of you and then some later in the broadcast. I thank you for that sort of opening barrage. I look forward to you being the glue, the thread that gives this program some sort of sense. There is so much happening in so many different areas of the country and around the world that sometimes I fear that we're just bombarding you with impressions. We'll try and pull some of that together as the evening goes on. As if the challenge wasn't monumental enough, rescue workers in New York have had to cope with the weather, which is complicating the operation. We're going to go back once again now to Nightline correspondent Michelle Martin at the southern tip of Manhattan. Michelle?
Ted, I hope it doesn't sound insensitive, but we have all been commenting on the fact that tonight it is actually a lovely evening. The air is crisp, it's clear, it's fresh, it's actually a beautiful fall evening. But most important, it's dry, which is a sharp contrast from the conditions here 24 hours ago.
The rain came, and came down hard. Early Friday morning, the downpour began, pelting rescue workers and soaking the rubble of the World Trade Center. At one point, the rescue effort was visibly slowed, not just by rain, but also by lightning, making a difficult job that much harder.
That's a lot of steel, a lot of concrete. There is a lot of work to be done.
There's a lot of work for construction workers there, especially iron workers and steam fitters. We got a lot of steel to cut up and get out of the way.
We're all numb. We can't believe it happened. There's no words that can describe it. We try and talk to each other and put it into words, but you really can't. And you talk to the New York City firemen, they're all walking around in a daze. They're in a state of shock, you know.
We have a job to do, and we just did it, and we're doing it. But it's hard when you pull your fellow firefighter down.
Further complicating the search, high winds, with some gusts reaching 35 miles per hour. The dogs who assist these rescue teams depend on smell, a sense rendered useless in strong winds. The high winds also increase the possibility of blowing and falling debris, a constant threat to the workers at Ground Zero.
Everyone is concerned about the impact of the weather on the relief and recovery efforts, and there's no question that they're hampered by it. Things have to proceed more carefully, more cautiously. At the same time, they're going on because there is still a strong hope that we'll be able